Davis leading the Warwickshire team onto the ground. Reviewing the Worcestershire innings, Tom Taylor and Jack Home.
Good morning everybody, welcome to Visit Worcestershire New Road, where play is about to get underway on day 2 of this county championship game between Worcestershire and Warwickshire. The situation overnight is that Worcestershire, in their first innings, having been put into bat, are 294 for 8. The dot-out batsman Tom Taylor on 33 and the debutant Jack Home on 20, and they will take up their positions out in the middle. I'm actually doing so as I speak, and the Warwickshire side being led onto the field by Alex Davis, who looks like a bit of a dwarf amongst giants, Clive, at the moment, standing next to Ollie Hannondolby and a couple of the other big lads. It's Hannondolby who's going to bowl first. I'm Frank Watson from BBC Heaven Worcester, and alongside me is Clive Eakin from BBC CWR, BBC WM, and we will be with you all day in the company of Kit Harris. Good morning, Clive.
Good morning. Speaking to Michael Ray afterwards, he conceded that Worcestershire will be pretty pleased with the position they were in. Rather close, and Warwickshire disappointed not to finish Worcestershire off yesterday, but I'll try and do so today.
Yeah, indeed. It only takes 2 balls. Worcestershire's main priority this morning, 6 runs to bring up another batting point. Thereafter, I think anything is a bonus, but obviously that's not to say that these two won't want to eke out as many runs from this partnership as they can, and let's be honest, they've already added 52 for this 9th wicket, which is a pretty good effort.
If they can score 4 and over,
yeah,
they could get 2 more batting points.
But as I say, Hannondolby with a newish ball in his hand, top wicket taker in the country, is liable to be a handful this morning. He comes in, his first ball outside the off stump is left alone by young Jack Home, 18 years old, left school this summer, now finds himself in County Championship Division 1. It's a bit of a dream come true for the young man.
Decent opening first-class innings from him. He did get a bit of luck when he was dropped, but that's not his problem. He's done well.
He pointed to that when we had a little chat with him last night, that he got lucky early on, but he said he was very excited and nervous when he went out there. But he's done a pretty good job, and he's hoping to do a little bit more this morning. Hannondolby in again bowls, and he's nicely forward to this and pushing out into the offside. Not a great crowd in. The weather is good this morning. It's bright and sunny, fairly breezy, but I have to say that the forecast, and I've looked at several, is suggesting that this afternoon we will get a fair amount of rain here, so it could be a truncated day here at New Road today. Hannondolby in again in sunshine this morning at least, and Home is pushing this one up to mid-on, where Hamza Sheikh does the fielding. So 2-9-4 for 8, the overnight situation. No runs added yet this morning. Good day yesterday, I think we all thought, people on both sides and spectators that I spoke to and a few players all thought that it was an intriguing day's cricket, and one that perhaps Worcestershire would be the happier with, given where they were in the morning session. Hannondolby in bowls, and Home is just steering this one down into the gully, and there's no run. At the end of the day, you look at the score and you think it's probably maybe just a little bit above par. I think Worcestershire batters thought 250 in the early stages, but it did flatten out, and provided that Warwickshire don't concede more than another 10 of 20 this morning, Clive, I would have thought they'd be fairly happy. Oh, we've got an update coming, sorry, for the Hereford and Worcester listeners. Just be telling them what's happening in a moment. Good morning, Elliot. Yeah, played just underway in day 2 of this game. Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who took 3 wickets yesterday for Warwickshire and is the top wicket taker in Division 1, is just about to complete the first over of the day. He's bowling to Jack Home, Worcestershire's 18-year-old debutant, who is on 20 not out. No runs added this morning. Tom Taylor is with him. He's on 33. And Worcestershire in their first innings, 294 for 8, which represents an outstanding recovery, really, because at one stage yesterday they were 67 for 4. So they've done well to come back. They've just added a leg bye to their total, which means that Home will keep the strike. We've had 1 over this morning, and Worcestershire are now 295 for 8, 5 runs short of another batting bonus point. Rain is forecast for the afternoon, but we're hopeful. And there we go, end of the first over. No, not too many alarms, Clive?
No, I haven't. I think with the new ball, the second new ball, not a lot's happened really. From Warwickshire point of view, they did get a wicket fairly early. I'm not sure that had much to do with the ball. Chris Rushworth is going to bowl from the Diglis end. Hazy sort of morning. It might just be the windows need a clean, I don't know. Anyway, it looks hazy out there.
Yeah, no, a bit of both. A bit of both.
Rushworth prepares to bowl to
been hazy in this box for many years, Clive, as you know.
Yeah. Warwickshire could need 1 more wicket to get maximum bowling points. Points crucial. I still have a little look over their shoulders as the teams that are chasing them both had moderate days yesterday. As in comes Rushworth to bowl the Home. That's going down the leg side. Lancashire 177 for 6 against Durham at Chester Street in a slightly rain-affected day, and similarly at Chelmsford a rain-affected day, but Essex 262 for 5 against Nottinghamshire. So far, only 1 point actually between Lancashire and Notts secure, whereas Warwickshire have taken 2 points here, and Worcestershire got 1, but on the cusp of a second. Rushworth into Home at short, it's pulled, and that's going to be 4 runs. And it was well played by Home. There's a fielder there mid-wicket. He had to make sure that he evaded, but he did. We saw at the end yesterday a slightly curious tactic from Michael Ray, who kept banging them in short to Tom Taylor, presumably on the basis that Taylor would miss-hit one and be caught. And Taylor didn't play ball and hit a series of 4s and 6s. So it was dropped short by Rushworth. He really didn't bounce very much. That was well played by Home. He's now on to 24. This next one again is short, and again he's pulled it, and again he's got it away for 4. I don't really understand this. I did it last night, they're doing it this morning, and Home played that in a very controlled manner. And that has brought up the second batting point for Worcestershire, 303 for 8.
Fetch that from outside off stump, but it was the length that gave him the opportunity to do so. And well, Chris Rushworth, he's made his name as a bowler who nips it around, bowls a pretty full length generally, but erring twice. That's better.
Outside off stump, left by Home.
He's not a bowler that, well, he's not as quick as he used to be either, and he just can't afford to drop as short as he did on those 2 occasions to Jack Home. Looseners, it's early, he's mid-30s, and he's probably takes a while to get the old bones warmed up, Clive, but he's not the all-time Durham leading wicket taker for nothing.
Yeah, in comes the Rushworth. Certainly Warwickshire welcomed him back from injury. That one has Home tucked up a little bit. He plays up to the leg side for no run.
But yeah, when you look back to 67 for 4 after 25 overs, 303 for 8 looks pretty handy, doesn't it, from a Worcestershire point of view. And in terms of staying up, I think they just need to make sure they don't lose 2 of their last 3 games, perhaps.
That one's a good delivery, that one from Rushworth. Bounced a bit, goes past the outside edge.
That's the trademark Chris Rushworth delivery, isn't it? I think he tried to drop his hands out of the way, Jack Home, but I think he was a little bit late in withdrawing the bat. But that's Rushworth, what he's been doing for a long, long time. Just outside off, makes the batsman play a little nip off the seam, and through to the keeper. I think Darryl Mitchell summed it up, Clive, when he said that somebody said what things make you lose sleep at night, and he said uncooked prawns and Chris Rushworth with a new ball in his hand.
The third 100 took 174 balls, marginally the quickest of the 300s.
On Hannon Dolby bowls, first ball of the day that he's bowled to Tom Taylor, and that's the spot exactly that caused the problems yesterday. Well, not exactly, because it's maybe just 6 inches wider, but what we saw there as Taylor left the ball alone was that quite steep lift away into Burgess's gloves behind the stumps. That's what accounted for 2 or 3 of the Worcestershire top order yesterday from this end. Ed Barnard found that spot with great regularity. Hannon Dolby in again, bowls just a little bit fuller this time, and Tom Taylor drives, and that's good running by these two, because he's only gone 5 yards past the stumps at the non-striker's end, but very straight. Evaded Hannon Dolby, and as the fielder Hamza Sheikh came across from mid-on, he had too far to go, and although he was quick, they'd set off early, and the single is completed. So Taylor's first run of the morning, 304 for 8.
Taylor and Holmes scored well. And the 650 came with just 68 balls, second fastest of the 650s. They plundered a few runs right at the end yesterday.
Yeah, they did. Hannon Dolby striding in, bowls, and Home is nicely forward, pushing up to mid-off where Davis fields. I have to say that Jack Home has carried himself pretty well out there for a young debutant, batting at 10. I know he bats a lot higher than that in representative cricket and school cricket, but quite a daunting prospect when he walked out there, and he's acquitted himself pretty well.
Yeah, I'm always slightly wary of a new player who's batting right down the order.
Yeah. Well, he gets an edge to this one, and he's lucky because it's gone at catchable height past second slip, wide of second slip, and he gets a lucky single down to third man. But I know what you mean.
Yeah, because they tend to stick them down the order, and sometimes they're better than you're expecting.
Yeah.
That third slip would have had that patched easily.
Easily, yeah, I think
but
so.
There isn't one.
Well, he's earned a bit of luck, perhaps, Home. He's been put down once already, not today, that was yesterday, but he's now the non-striker as the sun comes out more strongly, and Hannon Dolby is into Taylor and bowls, and Taylor is watchfully forward and pushing back to the bowler. The sun is shining, not much of a crowd this morning. I think probably they know that the forecast isn't great, and it's alright if you're local, if you come down for an hour or 2 or maybe 3, but if you have a long way to travel and you think, well, forecast says it's going to rain mid-afternoon, maybe I'll watch it on the stream instead, or listen to the erudite Clive Eakin with his less erudite mate. Here's a good shot from Taylor, wide of mid-on, and a good piece of fielding by Hamza Sheikh, diving to his right, means that what looked initially as though it might go to the boundary has actually only yielded a single, which means that Taylor will keep the strike. He goes to 35, and at the end of that over, Worcestershire, who have added 12 this morning, are 306 for 8, and every indication, Clive, early on that what we saw yesterday is going to be repeated today, which is particularly from this new road end. That ball just outside off stump gets a little bit more bounce and nips away, but there's also a little bit of sideways movement from the other end as well.
Yeah, stand of 64 now for the 9th wicket. Really frustrating Warwickshire this. As in comes Rushworth, try and end it. That's neatly played by Taylor to mid wicket. Taylor got half century in his last match against Essex, 62 not out. second season. One of these players has played for a few counties. He's on his fourth now.
Yeah. Started at Derbyshire, then went to Leicestershire, then to Northamptonshire. So he's kind of done the East Midlands now, and he's moved to the West Midlands. Originally from Stoke-on-Trent.
Rushworth to bowl to home. Oh, that's gone through, and that's hurt home. Taking a breath or two.
Properly in the box, I reckon,
Yes,
that one. It's horrible. You won't get that much in schoolboy cricket. A little bit of nip. And Rushworth, I said he's not as quick as he used to be, but he's still probably bowling mid-70s, I would think. And it hurts.
Yeah.
But he'll have a chance to get his own back.
In comes Rushworth, right arm over, and that's played back to him by home for no run.
That's played well, isn't it? The next ball, I always think after somebody's been hit, is quite crucial to see how they shape up to it, and he got right in behind it. It was good. Good to see.
Sun will come out, but there are some quite grey clouds overhead. Rushworth bounding in to bowl, and that again has got through. So PFLBW's got him, so the partnership's finally broken. Holmes having a look around. He certainly got his front foot a fair way forward, but the ball didn't get up much, so height wasn't going to be a problem. And Rushworth strikes. That is his first wicket of the innings. And Worcestershire are 307 for 9, but a very good innings from. It's Tom Taylor, isn't it? I beg your pardon. Who's gone for?
It's home.
It is home.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Scoreboard, because that's for the over, I guess, has changed colour. So Holmes gone for 29, which is a very good, neat little first innings from the young man. That's set up a nice career best to try and beat next time.
Yeah, good effort from Jack Home. Good partnership for that 9th wicket of 65, which is always a bonus, isn't it? A partnership like that near the end. Frustrating for Warwickshire. Amel Verdi will be the new man. He himself shared a big partnership in the Worcestershire first innings at Chelmsford last week. He made 42 in a partnership of 64 with Tom Taylor. But that said, very different circumstances to this. That was a pitch which was turning, and he faced a lot of spinner himself. But here, this is a pitch on which the only spin that we've seen has come from Danny Briggs. 13 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 40. Didn't get a great deal of help from the surface, and tidily as he bowled, he wasn't as much of a threat as the seamers have been. So Verdi comes out to join Taylor. 1 ball, 2 balls left in the over, I think, and it'll be interesting to see how Taylor goes about things now. He knew that he could trust Verdi on a slower pitch at Chelmsford last week, but he might feel that he needs to play a few shots now, I think, Taylor. We'll see.
Well, Warwickshire have at least secured all 3 bowling points. Been relieved by that. Every point counting. There's 2 slips then for Verdi as Rushworth comes in, and that's a lovely looking drive from Verdi, straight to a field. You get no run for it, but a lovely looking shot.
Yeah, it was. It's gone a bit dark now, Clyde. It's not great, is it?
No floodlights here, of course, so sort of Will Rose who's smiling there, hands in pockets. At least that's not a complication.
Gloomy.
Yeah, it does. Not a complication for the umpires, all this nonsense about natural light taking it, or artificial light taking over from natural light. Not an issue here. Rushworth into Verdi. Oh, he's bowled him. Well, first shot was a decent one. Second one, he plays forward to it, misses it completely, off stump, out of the ground, and the Worcestershire innings has ended. They added 13 runs this morning. In doing so, crucially, they did secure their second batting point. But Rushworth are getting 2 wickets at the end of the innings. And Taylor finishes 36 not out, so that will do his average no harm at all. He batted well, 49 balls for that. And Worcestershire all out for 307.
Yeah, and 2 bowlers used this morning. Ollie Hannon-Dolby finished with figures of 19 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 64. Chris Rushworth, 18 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 46. The other bowling figures: Barnard, 16 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 53. Ray, 20 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 65. Rhodes, 14 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 31. And Danny Briggs, 13 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 4. Worcestershire resumed on 294 for 8. They lost home. LBW to Rushworth for 29. Verdi bowled Rushworth without scoring. Taylor finished unbeaten on 36. And the Worcestershire total 307. We'll be back in around about 7 or 8 minutes' time when Warwickshire begin their response.
Over the batting for Warwickshire, Rob Yates and Alex Davis.
Good morning, welcome back to Visit Worcestershire New Road, where Warwickshire are about to begin their response to Worcestershire's first innings, 307 all out. They lost their last 2 wickets this morning for the addition of 13 runs. The men out today were Jack Home, LBW, to Chris Rushworth for 29, and Amar Verdi comprehensively bowled by the same bowler 2 balls later without scoring. Tom Taylor finished 36 not out, the total 307. It is gloomy here at New Road. I have to say we've had a bit of sunshine this morning, but very gloomy as the Warwickshire openers Rob Yates and Alex Davis begin their innings with Tom Taylor bowling from the New Road end. I'm Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester, and alongside me is Kit Harris. Kit, good morning to you. I wouldn't fancy batting in this light, personally.
No, as you say, it's there's a pall of cloud now right over the ground.
Here is Taylor round the wicket to the left-handed Yates, and Rob Yates just pulls away at the very last minute. Not quite sure what that was all about. He looked ready, but I think, well, something just disturbed him. The umpire stuck his arm out. Taylor aborted his run-up, but it was an odd one because it was so late, and I'm not sure it was movement behind the arm, but something disturbed Rob Yates, and he now settles again into his stance. Tallish, slim left-hander, very, very capable young player as Taylor bowls, and he's pushing this one out into the offside, and it's fielded by Kashif Ali in the covers, and there's no run. He played here 2 or 3 weeks ago, Rob Yates, against Sri Lanka for the England Lions, made I think an unbeaten 50 in the second innings, played very well, but he's become quite a key man in this Warwickshire side, and he is one of those players who, although he didn't play in the T20 quarter-final defeat the other night, he has played in all formats. Taylor round the wicket, bowls to him, and he's immediately off the mark with a beautiful square drive for 4. Lovely shot. No problem with the light for Rob Yates out there. That one given a bit of width by Taylor, and just very, very nicely timed and put away. Absolutely square of the wicket on the offside for a boundary. So a lovely start for Rob Yates, and he will feel a lot better for that. No matter how good you are, how experienced you are, it is always nice to get off the mark. And Yates stands again, bat raised, quite a wide stance, lets this one go outside the off stump, and it's taken by Gareth Roderick. It really is dark now. You can always tell on this ground how dark it is by just how bright the clock is on the main scoreboard away to our left, and it shining out very, very brightly indeed at the moment. I'd be very surprised if the umpires aren't having a think about the light out there. Taylor in once more to Yates, bowls, and Yates is going to get more runs down to third man, just steered down there off the face. Is it going for 4? It's flicked back just inside the rope. Good bit of work by Ethan Brooks, chasing down there from slip and flicking the ball back, and Jake Libby, who had accompanied him down to the boundary, does the rest of the job, and it's 2 for Yates, 6 without loss. Good young player Yates, product of the Warwickshire Academy, Solihull boy, went to Warwick School, and really, really key man at the top of the order in the last 2 or 3 years, but beaten by a good one here from Taylor. Round the wicket, got that one exactly right, and had a little nibble at it, Yates, as it went through to Roderick. Matthew Waite loosening up, and the umpires are now having a chat about the light. First one that's gone past the bat, and I must say I'm not surprised, Kit. It really is gloomy out there.
I haven't even been able to wait until the end of the over. Cloud is pouring in from the west. It's been raining over Wales and Herefordshire, but
and they're going off.
I don't think it's going to be followed by rain. It looks like relief rainfall that's done its unloading over Cambrian mountains and is going to keep dry by the time it gets to Worcester, but the cloud is bad enough. They couldn't even see out the first over. They were that worried that one of the players was going to get injured. So they're taking their control reading. Kettleborough has put his light meter on top of the wicket at the Diglis end, so they'll record that as the lux reading that means they'll go off in future, and that will become the benchmark for the rest of the game.
So there you are, players leaving the field smack on 11 o'clock, and we'll be back with you just as soon as play resumes. of this Warwickshire innings to Rob Yates, who is 6 not out. This is in reply, remember, to Worcestershire's all-out score of 307. They lost their last 2 wickets this morning in adding 13 runs, but they did pick up a batting bonus point. Taylor round the wicket to Yates, and the left-hander is forward to the last ball of the over, pushing out on the offside. There is no run. That's the end of the over, 6 without loss, and Kit Harris is alongside me. Kit, cloudy but a lot brighter.
Funny break that, wasn't it, Frank? It was almost like a passing shower,
But it
without the
didn't rain.
wetness.
Yeah.
And the covers went on as well. So the good old online rain radar did its job, and as we thought, there wasn't any of the wet stuff. So we have that first over with the break has taken about 20 minutes.
15, I think. 15, according to my calculations. I dare say we'll be told shortly if we've lost any overs.
So Matthew Waite back to full fitness, and with runs under his belt from the first innings. 53 he made. He's going to take the new ball and bowl the second over from the Diglis end. There are 3 slips in positions 1, 2 and 4, waiting under this heavy cloud as he bowls outside off to Davies, who shoulders arms and lets it go through. He's not a very, very quick bowler, that's for sure. In fact, the cordon are standing close enough that it's almost redolent of a club cricket cordon. They're only about 12 yards back, but swing will be the name of the game as he bowls again, and the right-handed Davies lets it go through once more.
Yeah, he gets a little bit of a way swing, but he also nips the ball off the seam quite sharply away from the right-handers. Waite bowled pretty well earlier in the season before his injury, and as you say, not of great pace. In fact, Jack Home, the debutant, probably quicker, but Waite being preferred with the new ball.
Comes in again now to Davies. Another leave alone. Yes, Home will get his moment, but it would be unusual to see a lad on debut getting the new ball.
Well, Van Beek is the other possibility, but he generally, in his time with Worcestershire, has tended to be first or second change. And they've got Verdi with his off-spin, if they need it, to tie an end up.
Poor old Verdi down at long leg. He, if conditions remain like this, he could be in for a long day in the field. Waite bowls. This time it's bat on ball as Davies plunges forward into a defensive shot.
Well, this is Verdi's 3rd championship game for Worcestershire. In the first one at Durham, he didn't bowl a ball.
Oh yes, that's right.
And then in the second one at Chelmsford, he bowled 60 overs.
And got some runs.
So yeah, he's had a bit of a mixed bag of contributions.
Waite is in again. Davies aims to flick to leg. The ball was angled down the leg side. It didn't make contact. And the keeper was smartly across. It's difficult to know what to make of Amar Verdi. Still on his Surrey contract. He hasn't played a championship game for them since September 2021. Hasn't asked to be released, as far as we know. I expect if he asked, they would let him. Last ball of the over then from Waite. And Davies again jumps into line, gets bat on ball, defends down the pitch, and we have a maiden over. 6 without loss, Warwickshire, in response to Worcestershire's 307. A good total, all things considered.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was a good total. I also agree with you about Amar Verdi. I think Surrey would not stand in his way, and I'm not sure. I think he might be at the end of his contract as well this year, but might have one more year to go. Not sure, but not 3 or 4 years ago, he was considered one of the best young spin bowling prospects in the country. He probably still is. I mean, there's so few top quality finger spinners around. Taylor round the wicket to Yates, who steers this down behind square on the offside. A diving attempt by Waite at backward point, doesn't get a hand on it, and then go through for 2 runs. Yeah, he's it was Logan Van Beek, not Waite. He's a good bowler, no question about it. He's a good bowler. He's not great in the field. He's not. I mean, you wouldn't class him as a good fielder in white ball cricket, competent in red ball, but so few quality finger spinners around that he's still got to be taken seriously. It's Taylor bowls, and that's a good one. Did it in the last over, does it again here, beats the forward push of Rob Yates outside the off stump, and Yates will be breathing a sigh of relief that he didn't get a nick to that. Could easily have done so.
We don't know when Verdi's contract expires. Surrey are one of those counties who are...
Don't tell us.
They're very, very protective about their contracts. All they do is announce that an extension has been signed, which in Verdi's case they did this time last year.
In comes Taylor again round the wicket and bowls, and Yates, I think this time, well, did he play at it? Did he pull his bat away? It's one of those, difficult to say. I think he might have played at it. Good delivery again from Taylor. It's important that he doesn't give Yates width. He loves a bit of width, does the left-hander, and he's already scored twice from, well, 3 times, 4 and 2 twos off balls that were a little bit wide of off stump. But when Taylor's got the line right, he has been quite threatening with this new Kookaburra. Round the wicket he goes, running away from us, Taylor, and bowls, and Yates is in behind this one, just pushing defensively. Square on the offside, Logan Van Beek comes in from cover point to field. And there's no run. It's got a bit darker again, and the cloud away to the southwest from where the weather generally tends to come is grey and threatening.
Ben Debenham has had a good 10-second look over the ladies' pavilion and the Graham Hick pavilion.
At the west, the cloud. As Taylor again is in and bowls, and Yates is again beaten outside the off stump. It's a really very good over this from Tom Taylor. Very testing. 1 ball left. He will want to complete it without conceding runs, but it's been bang on this over. He's beaten Yates 3 times, and those 3 slips will be standing there with the expectant anticipation of a fisherman watching his float when he can see bubbles rising alongside it. Any moment now it could happen. Taylor is in. Oh, and there we go. Did it again. So 4 times in that over. Rob Yates has played and missed. That's an excellent maiden from Tom Taylor. And it remains 8 without loss.
Welcome to the Worcestershire ambassadors. You are the guests.
Worcestershire, well, we don't know how much money will be in the kitty if they want to try and sign anyone new, but they've got most of their contracts wrapped up. As far as I can tell, there's always a bit of a caveat that these things may not be communicated, but there's only a couple of players on the Worcestershire staff who have contracts expiring at the end of this season. Both of them relative rookies. As Waite bowls to Davies, and the ball whistles past the outside edge of the bat again. There's definitely some swing under these heavy cloud conditions. Harry Darley and Yadvinder Singh, both of them on rookies contracts. Darley, I think, was in the squad for this game.
Yeah, he's played a few times.
So it would be, you wouldn't expect to see him released. Probably in negotiations more or less as we speak. As Waite bowls, and this time Davies finds bat on ball again. That's the 8th ball he's faced, still on 0.
Yadvinder Singh's got a stress fracture of the back and has only played 1 game in red ball cricket. I think they'll give him another year, just to be fair to him. Neither of Darley nor Yadvinder Singh would be particularly expensive, I wouldn't have thought. But it is tight. Money is definitely tight.
Here is Waite again. It's wide enough of off stump that Davies can leave alone quite safely. Almost everyone in the Warwickshire team is sorted out, I think. Hamza Sheikh was expiring his contract at the end of this year, but has he signed a new one recently?
I've no idea.
Let's have a quick look. He certainly will be in demand in all kinds of places, I would think. Next ball from Waite is just a little bit straighter, and Davies can get off the mark to this one. Whips it away to square leg. Square leg is deep, so mid-wicket has to run round and field. Davies has his first run, 9 without loss, Warwickshire. Hamza Sheikh signed a 2-year deal in October 2022. I can't see any announcement about a contract. A 2-year contract extension. '22. Here we go with Waite bowling now to the left-handed Yates, who squeezes the down onto a very full ball. Poor old Amar Verdi's got his work cut out. It's a fair old distance from long leg to long leg with the left-hand, right-hand combination. Another left-hander at number 3 in Will Rhodes. He could have a busy day. Yates gets into a crab-like position here and sort of half drives into the covers. A good length ball, not really there for the hitting. He's looking positive. Davies is getting his eye in, but Yates is ready to score, you feel. End of the 4th over, 9 without loss.
Yeah, not been easy for the batters so far. Lights improved again, I'm pleased to say, as Tom Taylor prepares to bowl his 3rd over from the New Road End. And this rather stop-start second day to this game. We had 2 breaks, one between innings and one for bad light. Worcestershire all out in their first innings for 307, losing 2 wickets today. Jack Home out for 29 and Verdi without scoring. Taylor bowls, Davies drives back to him and there's no run. Both those wickets fall into Chris Rushworth in the space of 3 deliveries. He finished with figures of 18 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 46. And Worcestershire's 307 came in exactly 100 overs and meant that they registered 2 batting bonus points. Warwickshire registered 3 bowling bonus points. We then had a brief bad light break when the score was 6 without loss, 14 minutes lost. Taylor is in, Davies is driving through the covers for 4. Beautiful shot from the Warwickshire skipper, wide and full outside the off stump and driven past a diving Kashif Ali in the covers. That said, I don't think Brett D'Oliveira, who applauded Taylor after that delivery, or Taylor will be too dismayed, because they want Davies to be playing shots, and if they can get one, if Taylor can get one in that right spot that we've talked about repeatedly in this game, just outside the off stump and just short of a length from this New Road End, and get a little bit of bounce, then one of those 3 slips could well be in the game. Here is Taylor, and he bowls, and that's better length, and Davies is forward, bat and pad close together, pushing it out into the covers. Kashif quickly onto it.
They haven't cut any overs from today's total of 96, have they, Frank?
Doesn't look like it.
I think I found the playing condition in the county championship regulations, they've got half an hour's period of grace before they start lopping off overs on days 1, 2 and 3.
Taylor over the wicket. Past umpire Debenham into Davis. Bowls. Davis driving again through the covers. Full and wide again from Taylor. Another excellent cover drive from Davis. Leaning into it. It's not a sort of classical Ian Bell cover drive. Slightly different in that he breaks his wrists. Almost Joss Butler style. Hockey style really. And times it beautifully. Equally effective. Excellent. Second boundary of the over for the Warwickshire skipper, and they go to 17 without loss.
Well, I said he was being defensive and watchful, but we've seen 2 glorious shots as soon as he's had a bit of width.
Yeah, he likes to get on with it, Davis, doesn't he? That's why he's such an effective top order batsman in white ball cricket. Pugnacious cricketer. Taylor bowls, and that is surely. Oh, well, I was going to say that's out. That has gone through everything. I am absolutely bemused as to how that's not out. He's got a bat on it, I think, is the answer, because it's hit him in front. A massive appeal. Total. It was really odd, wasn't it? Total sort of confusion. The whole game stopped. It was almost as though he was walking. I think he must have thought it had bowled him. And then he realised it hadn't, and it ran away behind Roderick, and they almost apologetically ran through for a single. And there was no signal from the umpire. So, extraordinary piece of cricket. I thought for all money he'd been bowled. As it is, no signal from the umpire, and one assumes, therefore, that Alex Davis got a bat on it. He goes to 10, 18 without loss. Bizarre bit of cricket. Taylor round the wicket, bowls, and Yates is resuming his efforts of the previous over by playing and missing. That's about the 5th time in the last 5 or 6 deliveries that Taylor has bowled to him that he's played and missed, unless he is pulling his bat away at the very last minute and deceiving all of us, but I don't think so. 18 without loss. It's a test at the moment. Well,
it must have been bat, Frank.
Must have been, because he's absolutely in front, isn't he? It's the deadest of dead LBWs, isn't it, looking at that replay?
It would have hit middle stump about a quarter of the way up.
Yeah.
So there must have been bat on it, or at least in the umpire's view.
Yeah. Extraordinary. And there wasn't too much holding of heads in hands or anything like that afterwards, was there?
Wait to resume to Davis. Leaves alone outside off stump. Yes, there wasn't
dismay.
There wasn't dismay. Suggests that the Worcestershire were prepared to be convinced by the umpire's decision, but
gosh, it was very, very close, wasn't it?
It's the easiest umpiring decision in the world if a batsman hasn't hit that one. What we can't hear, we can see replays here in our commentary box, but we can't hear noises. So if there's a click thud out there which the umpire can hear, we don't have the benefit of that. Weight bowls to Davis, very straight again. It's going to be blocked into the offside. It mustn't give Davis any of the width that Tom Taylor gave him in the last over. Fielders there for the offside shot, a backward point cover and mid-off. And 3 slips waiting in case Davis does go for the big cover drive, with a gap between 2nd and 4th. Weight bowls. Now he's offered him some width there, but not too much, and Davis is not to be tempted. That was cuttable more than drivable, but he didn't want to play too close to his body and leaves alone again. There's still good swing on offer. Weight has been very accurate. He's halfway through his 3rd over now. He's only conceded a single in his spell so far. He bowls, and Davis, well, he draws the bat out of the way at the last moment. The ball kept low, it didn't scuttle, but there was no bounce there. He's shaped with the back lift as though to play. Just left it alone at the last minute. Yes, that did keep low. But just as yesterday morning, there's still some variation in bounce. Weight is in again, and there is the beautiful cover drive. Enough of a gap there and enough width on the ball for Davis to play that shot for the third time in a few minutes. 4 runs, 14 to Davis, 22 without loss. It does look good when he does that. One of the prettiest shots that any batter can play. A cover drive on the front foot. And Davis has been pouncing on anything that's fractionally over-pitched and fractionally wide. Last ball of the over then from Waite. Back onto a length and a better line. And Davis allows it through again.
Yeah, good from Davis in that he has seized on the bad ball when it's come along. Played and missed a couple of times. Survived that inside edge, we think, onto his pad. But when the half volley has been there 3 times, he has dispatched it. Yates began very well. He had 6 when they went off for rain 35 minutes ago. Lost 14 minutes. He's still only on 8. He's played and missed regularly since Taylor's got his line right, but he's very good, Yates, at putting that out of his mind and concentrating on the next one. And he's in the runs here as Taylor goes a bit too straight, and Yates is clipping it away on the leg side, and beautifully timed so well that it reaches the longest boundary on the ground. Annoyingly for Brett D'Oliveira, who was in pursuit, it kept him interested all the way to the rope before just beating him. So a lovely shot from Rob Yates takes him into double figures. 12 without loss, and Warwickshire putting together a decent little start now, despite the efforts of the bowlers, which have been pretty good. 26 without loss. Taylor round the wicket, looking for a breakthrough, and he might have got one. He has got one, as Yates has looked to turn this on the leg side. He's got a leading edge. He's fallen over it, Rob Yates. Got into a bit of a tangle with his feet, just fell over it, looking to turn it off his legs. Got his head over a bit too far, lost shape. That came across the ball, leading edge, locked up to Amar Verdi at mid on, and Warwickshire have lost their first wicket, 26 for 1.
Well, I'm pleased for Verdi because if he isn't going to end up bowling a lot of spin in these seamer-friendly conditions today, at least he's got in on the action with a very simple catch, which he did full justice to by taking it as easily as he should have. You just said, Frank, that Yates had been scratchy since we came back after the resumption. So the left-hand, right-hand combination will continue. Will Rhodes comes in at 3.
He looked rather accusingly at the pitch, Rob Yates, after that dismissal, but I'm not sure that was any more than just disappointment, because
it's the done thing, isn't it, Frank?
Watch the replay, and it's more to do with his own, well, not partly footwork, partly the way that he lost his balance. I think that he got that leading edge. So unlike him, but he wasn't as upright as he would like to have been when he played that ball, I would say, and he paid the price. It was a looping catch. To be fair, I would say that Tom Taylor has probably deserved that wicket. When you look at his figures, which don't look too flattering, 21 runs taken from the 20 deliveries he's bowled, but he's actually gone past the bat about at least half a dozen times, and had that very, very near miss against Davis, so he's probably deserved a wicket. 26 for 1, the new batsman is former captain Will Rhodes, and Taylor bowls to him now, and he gets I think he gets an edge to that, because it's flown to third slip along the ground. Taylor doesn't think he got an edge because he's gone up for a big shout for LBW. Umpire Ben Debenham is unmoved.
He's having a great time appealing, isn't he? He's really let rip a couple of times.
He's fired up, is Tom Taylor. I think, again, I'll say what I said yesterday. If you bowl round the wicket right arm to a left-hander and you hit him in line, unless he's a long way back, there's every likelihood that's going on to miss leg stump. It's not impossible to get a decision. He's round the wicket again and Rhodes is forward. Big man, doesn't have to get very far forward, just a half stride, and he pushes out into the covers at Kashif Ali Fields. But I think pretty much what we would have expected in the early stages of this innings. Overcast conditions, bit damp out there, new ball, pitch which has helped the seamers throughout. Talking to Matthew Waite about it last night, saying that it basically nipped around throughout the day really, and they would expect it to continue to do so. Taylor bowls, Rhodes leaves that outside the off stump and through to Roderick, and Waite did actually say, even having made 53 himself and shared in an excellent partnership, he did actually say it's not a pitch on which you ever really feel in. So that kind of confirms what we were observing from the side throughout the day yesterday, and I don't think it'll change a great deal. Certainly not today. Taylor to Rhodes, he's in bowls, and that's a good lead from Rhodes. A late decision to leave that, which is good from the tall left-hander, but a breakthrough for Tom Taylor in that over. 26 for 1, and Rhodes yet to get off the mark. Davis 14, the man out. Yates for 12, and after a bit more from Kit Harris, he'll be joined by Clive Eakin.
Thank you, Frank Watson. This is an overcast New Road, Worcester, with this Vitality County Championship Division 1 game between Worcestershire and Warwickshire. Every ball live, brought to you by BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC WM, BBC CWI, and on the BBC website and app. Here is Matthew Waite bowling to Davis down the leg side, big appeal but stifled, and only from the bowler. We're going to have a leg by. Everything is lively in the field and amongst the bowling attack. They feel that another breakthrough is coming, Clive. Not easy batting out there with the ball swinging around.
It isn't, but there's an exciting race on at the moment in the country. To be the first batter to get to 1,000 runs in the first division, a couple of them in the second division. So Alex Davis needs to get to 34, but Rory Burns is also chasing it. He needs to get to 47, and he's currently 21 not out for Surrey. So it's a bit of a thriller.
That is a thriller. Completely different conditions for Burns. This is a much shorter ball. Rhodes rides the bounce, almost gloves it, just guides it round the corner to Verdi at long leg. He's off the mark. Waite going for the shorter ball, which all the bowlers in this game have used sparingly. Here we have overcast conditions and bouncy pitch.
You can relax now, Alex.
Is the race over?
Relax. Rory Burns is gone. He's out. He's not made it to 1,000 runs yet, so a chance for Alex Davis. Won't be easy though.
Waite bowls to him, outside off, left alone. Yes, at Taunton it's a spinning pitch. You've got the ball is only in its 21st over, and Somerset have got both spinners going. Jack Leach. Surrey's 2 wickets have been taken by Archie Vaughan. Dismissed both Surrey openers. That's going to be a spin-tastic performance down there at the second coming of Hyderabad. At the top of the table clash. Davis faces Waite again and is in defence. So who's third in the county championship list?
I think it was Dean Elgar of Essex, and he was long since been out in his innings. So I think Alex Davis has got a free run at it now, but he's still got to get another 20 runs, and they'll take some getting, I feel, at the moment.
There's a footnote, isn't there, that Jamie Smith of Surrey in England is past 1,000,
Yeah, I'm talking
but
about
not
first division runs.
not all in Div 1.
Yeah.
Here's a clip through the leg side, well timed. It's going to be 4. Davies has been very quick on anything that's too full on off and leg side. 18 to him. What did you say it was, Clive? 34?
He needs to get to 34.
Okay, this will be some fun within the game.
He'll do something I know Warwickshire batter managed last year. The last time Warwickshire batter got to 1,000 championship runs was 2022. That was Sam Hain.
32 for 1. Oh, and Will Rhodes needs 180. Don't rule it out.
Yes, well, I think Alex Davis was... Well, when Alex Davis is out, then I'll start worried about that.
Another ball outside off stump in the channel and left alone.
Won't be first in the county championship, as we mentioned yesterday, because Colin Ingram of Glamorgan and Ryan Higgins of Middlesex have both done it in the second division.
So in first class runs in the English summer, there are 3 then, are there?
I guess so.
Oh, Root is past there as well. I think it's Smith Root in all first class cricket.
I remember it livened up a fairly dull day's cricket at Canterbury a couple of years ago when Dom Sibley was making about 701 innings, well, it was a double hundred, and he had a race on with Marcus Labuschagne of Glamorgan to be first to 1,000 first class runs. In comes Taylor. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge of Rhodes, who prodded at that. There's no run. So we had Sibley on a slow but fairly flat track at Kent. Marcus Labuschagne was belting the ball to all parts for Glamorgan, and what made it all the more interesting, we were having to try and clarify whether a students' game that Sibley had played in was a first-class game. And I remember going to the scorers,
Yes,
they weren't sure.
It's not always, they don't necessarily
No, they
agree
don't.
these things till
No.
afterwards.
Eventually, I think we did establish that they did count. That one is past the outside edge. I think Sibley won the race by a matter of minutes.
Yes, the first class season, Smith and Root between test matches and Division 1, Ingram and Higgins in Division 2, Davies in pole position. Keaton Jennings needed 55 and made 9.
Lancashire all out for 228 against Durham, so they didn't pick up any batting points. Round the wicket comes Taylor, that's left as no run, so it's still looking pretty grim for Lancashire, you have to say. I mean, I don't know, obviously we don't know what it's like at Chester Street. They might roll Durham over and go on to win the game, but they haven't got any batting points. So far, Notts have taken 2 bowling points at Chelmsford. Essex 297 for 6. Warwickshire managed the full 3 bowling points, and Worcestershire got to 2 batting points in the Worcestershire innings. Taylor wearing number 12 around the wicket bowls. Oh, that's a wafting drive from Rhodes, and he doesn't make contact. Taylor has been beating the bat with almost monotonous regularity. The wicket he got was a slightly odd one, but he certainly deserved it. Leading edge from Rob Yates that went straight to Amir Verdi at mid-on. It is pretty gloomy, not as bad as it was when they came off, but there's no blue sky visible. Grey clouds overhead. Taylor pounding in, and this time Rhodes does get bat onto the onside for no run. That's been a good Nick Will Rhodes, made the big innings in the win against Kent. Looking to go out from Warwickshire in some style ahead of him joining Durham. Almost certainly in the first division next season. Durham, I suppose, are not like these two teams, are not absolutely safe, but they'll fancy their chances staying in the first division. Taylor round the wicket bowls, and Rhodes pushes that to mid-off for no run. And his third county, Will Rhodes, albeit the state Yorkshire wasn't too long. That's the end of the over, 32 for 1. Rhodes on 1, Davis on 18, and they're applying to Worcestershire's total 307, 13 runs added this morning for the last 2 wickets, which came in the space of 3 balls to Chris Rushworth, his Only 2 wickets in the innings.
Jack Home.
Well, here's fun. Another game within a game. He did very well, Jack Home, with the bat. In his first-class debut. Finishing off this morning.
There's a steward that sits just to our left. He's come back to a seat with a nice looking cheese and pickle sandwich. My favourite sandwich, that cheese and pickle.
Home made 29 before he was LBW to Chris Rushworth this morning, and now he's going to have his first bowl.
Batted well. I mean, I know he's fortunate to be dropped, as I said this morning. That's not his problem.
Bowls to Alex Davies, outside off stump. Lots of swing, but also lots of width. A dot ball goes in the book, which is a
Slightly nervous first ball, wasn't
acceptable start, I suppose.
Yeah.
There's lots of support all round the field. Tom Taylor just in front of us shouting, "Come on, Jack, come on, Jack." There'll be good support from the locals too if he gets through. He bowls now to Davies, and Davies goes for a hook shot, a short ball. He's got the bouncer out early, Home, just to show he can do it. There's a fielder sweeping on the leg side boundary, so it's just a single. Davies to 19, 33 for 1, Warwickshire, sorry.
Quite a slight looking figure, Jack Home. No doubt he'll bulk up with age. An exciting opportunity for him. Did all right, didn't he, in the 5 one-day matches? Took 16 wickets in the one-day cup.
Hey, no wonder he's got his debut in the championship. He's done nothing wrong so far. He bowls to left-handed Rhodes, who pushes him through mid-wicket off the back foot. A swivel pull, timed well enough to hit the rope under the horse chestnut tree. He's going a little bit short early on. He's trying to show his pace, but just needs to settle into line and length.
Yeah, well placed by Will Rhodes, the sweeper at mid-wicket. He folds it instead through long on for 4. Yeah, he'll want to pitch it up a bit more, I think, Jack Home.
He's in again to Rhodes, who pulls him again very, very hard, all along the ground to the leg side sweeper. So it's been a bit of a wild over so far. Home banging the ball in. He's conceded another single, 6 off the over so far. Captain hasn't come over to talk to the young bowler, which I think is right. You know, just give him his head. Let him get up a head of steam to start with. Now he bowls back of a length to Davies, who plays back and comes forward in defence. Walking into the shot almost.
A bit of zip about that delivery from Jack Home. Shirt hanging out. Expect from a youngster.
Shirt always hangs out these days, doesn't it?
Yeah. 24 on his back.
Last ball of his first over. He bowls. Oh, that's a bouncer over head height. He's bowled 3 short balls in that over.
I think the umpire's been a bit generous to him there, which is understandable, but Warwickshire were called for a couple of no balls for deliveries like that. However, it's his first over done. Well done to Jack Home. 38 for 1. Tom Taylor to continue. His 6th over, 1 for 21, but he's caused no end of problems. The weather stays away. This still has the makings of a decent match, this. Worcestershire got maybe just slightly above par, but round about what you might expect.
It's certainly hard to pick a winner at this stage, isn't it?
It is. Taylor round the wicket to Rhodes. Gets an edge on that. It's all on the ground, and it's a tumbling stop at backward point. There's no rum. Worcestershire and Warwickshire play each other in the championship. They've been separated in separate divisions quite a lot of the time. Even a few years back when Worcestershire got up to the first division, at the same time Warwickshire dropped into the second, so they still played each other. Here they are now. Taylor bowls, and that's nicely played by Rhodes. Plays it into the ground onto the leg side for an easy single. Rhodes looking, he's played a miss in a few, but he's looking pretty relaxed. He's on to 7, 39 for 1.
It's not too dark at the moment. The clouds have settled into a high stratus, cirrostratus, top-level clouds rather than stratocumulus. With no sign of rain yet. In fact, the darker clouds are over towards the east above the cathedral, which is where the wind's going.
Taylor to Alex Davis. 3 slips in place. Davis drives that, but doesn't hit it with the meat of the bat, and the ball travels a little slowly to mid-on for no run. Both batters wearing sleeveless jumpers. I'd say it's cold out there, but it's not hot either.
It's cooler than mild, though.
Okay.
You've got your long
Is there an
sleeves.
official
Yes.
definition?
Yes, there is, yes.
Okay. In comes Taylor to bowl to Davies. He lets that go.
Weather forecasters used to be told that you've got to encourage the public to associate the adjectives you use with the weather that they experience, almost like a conditioning.
Okay.
So every 5 degrees Celsius interval, starting from 0, has its own adjective.
Okay. There's a bit of a breeze as well. You can see Tom Taylor's shirt billowing a little bit in the breeze as he bowls to Davis, and solidly defends that to the offside.
So 0 to 5 is very cold, 5 to 10 is cold, 10 to 15 cool, 15 to 20 mild.
So we're probably in the cool.
I think we're in the
Right.
cool, aren't we?
Okay,
It's not
yeah.
mild.
Okay.
And in the 20s, warm and very warm, and then in the 30s, hot and very hot. And I won't patronise you by telling you what sub-zero would be called.
Taylor. Last ball of his 6th over. Can he get another over in? That's left by Davis. And it's 39 for 1. Warwickshire reasonably watchful early on. I played a few strokes, but I want to make sure they dig in. Worcestershire scored at 3 and over in the end throughout their innings. Warwickshire are just a little above that at the moment, but not much. 39 for 1 off 11.
Hull will be taking a deep breath to settle into his second over. D'Oliveira has given him the bouncy end to bowl from, the digless end. Might see a change of bowling with Taylor being taken off perhaps after he's bowled 6 overs. Hull's now got 2 slips, and the fielders on square and the boundary are now behind the square. Instead of bowling short, he sends one through wide of the left-hander's off stump, and it's left alone. If he does bowl this bouncer, he's got 2 back for the hook, yes, and mid-on. But only 3 on the leg side, though. So the field placing is saying to him, we want you to angle this across left-handed Rhodes. Right arm over. He bowls now, straightened, drops to the floor and nearly plays on. The ball, instead of trickling back, had no spin on it at all. Just dropped dead in front of the wicket. And only once it had stopped did Rhodes dare to hit it a second time, get it out of the way. And that's the first time that the bounce has been awkward for either of these batters. Home in again, back of a length, and that's quick and gloved. Down the leg side to Taylor at fine leg. One hand came off the bat there. He's working up ahead of steam.
So he's picking up a bit of momentum, isn't he? I'm just going to leave you for a few minutes while I go and update listeners to BBC Radio WM, BBC CWR.
Okay, see you in a moment, Clive. Now the right-handed Davies needs 15 more to reach his 1,000 for the season. The first to do so in Division 1. He has to contend with the pacey, bouncy bowling of Home. It was full of this time, and Davies clips it off his legs and decides early that they're going to try and take a 2 to Verdi. But Verdi is too quick for them. Really tore after the ball there. Restricted Davies to the single. He moves to 20. Warwickshire 41 for 1. Everything changes around. Verdi isn't having to go fine leg to fine leg now because the short bowling of Home has forced the player back at deep third and fine leg. Home bowls rapidly outside the off stump on a length. Rhodes lets it go through. I would say Home is the quickest of the 3 bowlers on show for Worcestershire so far. Taylor has bowled aggressively. He's got hostility. He's been challenging. Home seems to have a yard of pace more. Here he is again. Another short one. Not quite so rapid this time, and Rhodes rides the bounce. The promising over there. Not quite as wild and loose as the first. Just a couple of runs coming off it, and Jack Home. We're going to like what we see of Home this morning. Is Taylor going to get another over? I don't think he is. He has been rested after 6. And here is Frank Watson.
Sorry, I didn't see that Clive had nipped off. Yeah, he usually bowls 6, so it'll be Logan Van Beek, I would imagine, now, from the New Road End, who may well have opened Van Beek. Some people thought he would, but he is in fact coming on a second change. Jack Home given the Diglis end, and a good start I think from Home. He's bowled with some real pace and fire, hasn't he, for a youngster, but it'll be Van Beek from the New Road End. Alex Davis 14 runs away, Kit, from becoming first to 1,000.
Yeah, we've been
because Rory Burns is out.
Yeah, we've been ticking them off and checking out the opposition.
And Logan Van Beek hoping to put paid to any such aspirations. Moves in now and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Davies. Different sort of action, Van Beek, sort of slingy.
Yeah, whippy.
Quite a long last delivery stride and then that sort of slingy action, but he generates a fair bit of pace. Oh, very well at Chelmsford last week in the Essex second innings, 4 for 26. Wrapped things up there. Tremendous enthusiast. And preparing now to bowl to the Warwickshire skipper. He's in and bowls, and that's short. Oh. Pulled away by Davies for 6, I think. Has it gone for 6 or 4? Oh, it's gone for 6. Short from Van Beek, and Davies inside it, pulling it away. Middle or top edge, not exactly sure. Got fast hands on it. Seen him do that so many times in white ball cricket. Jack Home down at long leg was interested for a while, but I think he completely lost it by the look of it.
I think you saw it better than anyone else.
And it cleared the fence. It's fielded by a man with his hands in his pockets in his anorak. There's Van Beek in again, bowls, and Davies is driving this one sweetly to Taylor at mid-off. 47 for 1, Warwickshire replying to Worcestershire's 307. Rhodes has 8, and Davies has 26. And looking in very good form, the top run scorer in the country, not surprisingly. And has already carted Van Beek over long leg for 6 in this over. Van Beek in again, bowl short again, and another 4, and Home has lost it again down at long leg this time.
Good
another
Lord.
6 in fact. I lost it too. It's hammered away over square leg by Davies, so he now needs 2 runs to go to 1,000. And if he gets those 2 in this over, he might be buying Logan Van Beek a pint tonight, because he's given him 2 short ones. I was going to say long hops, but probably a bit unfair to say that. But they were just where Davis likes them, and he got inside them. He's a small man. Small men often the best players of the short ball. And there it is. There's the 1,000, because it's full and wide from Van Beek, and it's slashed away square on the offside. And Alex Davis becomes the first batsman in the country to reach 1,000 first-class runs. Congratulations to him, and he's done it in pretty fine style, with 2 pulled sixes and now a slashed square drive off the bowling of Logan Van Beek in this over. He is now 36, and Warwickshire are 57 for 1.
16 off the over so far. I haven't heard the ground announcer
No, they might not know.
call that 1,000.
They might not know that Rory Burns was out. I'm sure it won't be far away, but we've told our listeners anyway, so they do know. And fine style from Davis to reach that 1,000. Van Beek in again, bowls, and he's on the back foot, pushing out on the offside. And there's no run. The end of a very expensive first over from Logan Van Beek. 57 for 1 Warwickshire. That announcement is coming, and the announcement coming to the crowd, and they're all applauding it. So congratulations to Alex Davis, and he waves his hand in the air. And as somebody said to me on social media this morning, Graham Hick would have got 2,000 by now. But there you go. Times have changed. There is not so much red ball cricket, and it isn't played quite at the same time of the year as it used to be.
He used to get them before the end of April, didn't he, Hick?
He did once before the end of May.
Yeah.
1988.
Yeah.
Clive Eakins back, and so's Jack Home.
And that one's crashed away by Rose, but there is a sweeper there. So he's the first to do it in the first division. A couple have done it in the second division, and a couple have done it with the help of England innings. And he's the first Warwickshire player to reach 1,000 for 2 years. No one did it last year. Sam Hain got 1,137 runs in 2022. Very, very big innings of the very first innings of the season against Durham set Davis on the way. That was the match where Warwickshire enforced a follow-on after Durham and made 500. Jack Home comes into bowl. Davis holds bat in the air, drives that and doesn't get it away. But a good acceleration for Warwickshire. Put them in a decent position now. Van Beek proving expensive. And Warwickshire look to move on. The 50 coming in 76 balls. That one's going down the leg side. There's no run. 76 balls, and they lost 1 wicket in that. Worcestershire's first 50 took 118 balls. They lost 3 wickets. So a slightly brighter start.
Yeah, much brighter start. Less experienced attack. I thought Taylor bowled well. I don't think his figures do him justice, really. He went past the bat so many times. Weight was tidy-ish. Home has been a little bit loose, but he's pacey. He's quite an exciting bowler.
Picked up Will Rose a couple of times in the last over there. He tries to set a trap for Alex Davis, banging it short with 2 fielders on the boundary, but Davis is wary of that and plays a fairly gentle pulled shot, which bounces well short of Verdi and gets him a single.
I think Home is, it's a massive learning curve for a young man. Very different from the white ball game where your field is spread and somebody hits one in the air they can hold out, but he's got some pace, he's got a little bit about him, I think.
That one's left by Rhodes. Didn't get up much, was passed off stump.
Ethan Brooks, I think, is off the field at the moment because we've got Rob Jones on at second slip. Where Brooks was fielding. It's been a good morning. Interrupted briefly. The light's decent now and actually looks quite good away to the west as well.
It continues to be a good game, doesn't it? As Jack Home comes in the bowl, that's left, again keeps low, left outside off stump. End of the over, 59 for 1 after 14 overs. Warwickshire applying to Worcestershire's 307.
Worcestershire resuming this morning on 294 for 8. Not out batsman overnight. Tom Taylor on 33 and Jack Home on 20. Took the score on to 307 before Home was LBW to Chris Rushworth for 29. And brought up that second batting point. And 2 balls later, Amar Verdi bowled by Rushworth without scoring. Taylor finished 36 not out in that 307. 3 wickets for Hannon Dorby, 2 for Rushworth, 2 for Barnard, 2 for Ray, and 1 for Rhodes. Danny Briggs was wicketless. Logan Van Beek is wicketless so far, and he is 1 over, has conceded 16 runs, and he is going to come in now to continue his duel with Alex Davis, which the Warwickshire captain is winning at the moment, and is winning by an even bigger margin now, because there's another short one and he's whacked it away down to backward square leg, only for 4 this time. But well, one questions the logic of Van Beek consistently bowling short at Davis, because he's hit him for 2 sixes and a 4 now, as well as a square driven 4. And Van Beek, with a field set back, he's got 2 men back on the leg side, hoping for a miss hit, but proving quite expensive so far.
Those cars are potentially coming in danger, aren't they? The ones.
Mine's over there somewhere. Yeah.
We've got a toughened windscreen.
Nope. Here's Van Beek in again. Bowls, and this time pulls out. Something went wrong just as he got into his delivery stride, and he decided not to let go of the ball.
We saw this at the end yesterday, didn't we? Michael Ray bowling to the 9th wicket pair. Thought if I bang it in short, they'll hole out. And
maybe more chance from the other end, you'd think, wouldn't you? But it was Ethan Brooks who's gone off, and he's back on. Changed his boots, I think. Van Beek bowls, and Davis is playing this one down into the ground, then kicking it away to make sure it doesn't spin back onto his stumps. So Brooks back on the field, doing some loosening up exercises. I would suggest he left the field to put his bowling boots on.
when did that start?
Well,
Bowlers.
or maybe he just needs to go to the loo or something. But I think he might wear different boots. I don't know when it. I don't think they all do it, but you do, yeah. As Van Beek bowls and fuller of length to Davis and pushed out on the offside. But Ethan Brooks, who has he bowled pretty well actually at Chelmsford. I mean, he's been pushed up the order. He's been given a red ball chance. He's been used as a bowler, with the keeper often standing up. He bowls a lot of variations. He bowls a lot of slower balls. He's not got any great pace. A few cutters, one out of the back of the hand, that kind of stuff. As Van Beek is in, bowl short and more. Runs for Davis, 6 more. I think absolutely carted into the marquee, and this is not good at the moment from Van Beek, and not good at the moment from a Worcestershire point of view. So he's bowled 10 deliveries, Van Beek. He's gone for 26 runs. Alex Davis has raced on to 47 from 48, and Warwickshire are 69 for 1. You get these periods in a game. As you say, we saw it briefly yesterday, where you just think, in a game that's reasonably low scoring, just half an hour of profligacy, shall we say, from the bowlers can have a big effect. And big bowls fuller of length this time, and Davis turning this down to home at long leg.
They certainly
for
sent
a single.
Certainly sent the the hospitality guests scattering, didn't they, by that marquee?
Yeah, they were. You worry actually.
There was no
you?
attempt to catch it. They're all running out of the way.
You do worry when they're quite close. It's travelling, and you only need somebody not to be paying attention, not to be watching the cricket, and it can easily happen. But fortunately, no damage done on that occasion. But a well-populated hospitality
second
marquee
day in a row.
today.
It's been well occupied.
70 for 1.
It's
Rhodes now on strike.
Westminster's Air Ambulance. Is that always there, that advertising, or was it, or are they maybe the guests?
No,
I don't know.
not
Anyway.
sure. Not sure. Round the wicket, Van Beek to Rhodes. Quick bounce, quite steeply. Gareth Roderick couldn't gather it cleanly, just parried it. So the end of a second, rather expensive over from Logan Van Beek. 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 27. 70 for 1.
Yeah, a tricky one for Brett D'Oliveira. Can't really afford to keep conceding these runs. Jack Holmes actually doing a reasonable job in terms of not conceding runs. He's gone for 10 in his first 3 overs. But at the other end, runs have been leaked far too rapidly from a Worcestershire point of view. And in a, as we say, moderate scoring match, not a low scoring match, but a moderate scoring match, you can't really afford to let the opposition score too briskly as Davis plays that on to mid-off. A little hint of a leading edge.
Yeah, that's exactly how I see it, Clive. A bad hour in a game like this can cost you rather more significantly than you might think. Ethan Brooks's warm-up is becoming ever more vigorous.
Never really got opportunities at Warwickshire squad, which is too big, and
exactly
he didn't get the opportunities really.
Yeah,
I think they liked him. I think they rated him. But
yeah, absolutely. I think that's exactly right.
Home comes in, and Davis pushes that to a mid-on for no run.
It is a situation that doesn't apply here at Worcester. Does apply at 1 or 2 other counties. You've got so many players to choose from. It is difficult to give them all opportunities, and I think that was why Ethan Brooks chose to make the move. And I think Worcestershire, with a couple of coaches in Alan Richardson and Kadir Ali, who'd worked with Ethan at a younger age.
Home comes into bowl, and that's pushed to the deep for a single by Davies.
And who knew him. I think they felt there was a lot of potential there.
And Ashley Giles been here as well.
Yeah. But particularly Kadir and Alan, who'd worked quite closely with Ethan and with Henry, in fact. But I've talked about this before, ending a long association with the Brooks family with the Bears, Henry moving as well, and their older brother Ben was also in the academy at one stage.
Next one from home was left outside off stop. Because Moen Ali did the same thing. When he was at Warwickshire, wasn't getting the opportunities that Warwickshire wanted to keep him, but he just wasn't getting the opportunities he wanted. So he went to Worcestershire, where he knew he would play, and it proved to be a career-changing move in a very positive way for him.
Yeah, well, it's been great for Ethan. He's taken every opportunity that's come along in his stride, and I know that they're delighted with him here at New Road.
That's good to hear. Home comes into bowl, and that's just carved down to third by Rhodes for his 10th run. 72 for 1.
But yeah, Ethan, as I say, 3 brothers who all were involved in the Warwickshire pathway at the same time at one stage. Henry now, of course, with Middlesex. Ben is no longer in the county game, left arm seamer, older than Henry and Ethan. You can imagine how much cricket was played in their back garden.
It's short, and Davis lets it go. He thought about it, he just sort of followed the ball and let it go. Yeah, Henry Brooks is playing in the current Middlesex game against Gloucestershire. He hasn't actually bowled yet, and batted at number 11. He was a much better batter than that when he was at Warwickshire. He was out for naught after 2 balls, but at Warwickshire he batted sort of around about 9 and often made very useful scores.
He has made some runs for Middlesex as well, I think, particularly in white ball cricket, but they're a funny side. They've done quite well in the championship cricket. And we're going to see Ethan Brooks now coming on at the New Road end. Gareth Roderick will stand back to start with, but if the batsmen start using their feet, I think he'll move up. These two will have faced Ethan a fair bit, I would have thought, in the nets over the years. Certainly their careers coincided, although Ethan would have been very much a net bowler or a second 11 bowler in those days.
Of course, Rhodes would have been his captain.
Yeah, and he's round the wicket now to Rhodes, and Rhodes has plenty of time to just push that one out on the offside. Ethan is no more than medium pace. He made a very, very good contribution to Worcestershire's white ball season with the ball. All sorts of variations of pace. He's very much a modern cricketer. Excuse me if you've heard me say it lots before, Worcestershire supporters, but almost as happy playing a reverse sweep as he is an ordinary sweep. Bowls here and Rhodes just tucks him off his legs for a single. And when bowling, we'll bowl a knuckle ball and one out the back of the hand, a little cutter, slower ball. Really mixes it up to make up for that lack of pace, you could say.
Well,
Keep the batsman guessing.
That's a chance. Not that as well as the last striker in there, but he has a chance to say, oh, you should have selected me a bit more yourself. You get Rose out, but there you go.
I suppose that's always the case when somebody comes back and if they've left for that reason. It's a bit different when you're an Ed Barnard coming back and playing against Worcestershire when they didn't want him to leave. Brooks is in and bowls to Davis, who is taken on the pad. Big appeal for LBW. Umpire Ben Debenham immediately says not out. Kept a little bit low, that one, and Davis maybe just kind of fell over it a little bit, got his head outside the line. But
what if it was an inside edge?
Yeah, maybe an inside edge.
Saved him earlier.
It was a pretty confident appeal to start with. Matthew Waite loosening up again at mid-on to suggest he might have another little roll from the Diglis end before lunch. 10 minutes to go. Brooks, number 77 on his back, moves in again and bowls, and Davis is fending this one away rather suspiciously with his bottom hand taken off the bat, and that runs away into mid-wicket. Tom Taylor does the fielding. 73 for 1.
You mentioned,
sorry, go on, Clive.
You mentioned Middlesex. It looks like a 3-horse race for the 2 promotion places of the second division between them, Sussex and Yorkshire, all quite well placed in their current matches.
Yes, Sussex have made the running.
Yeah.
The other two have stayed in touch as Brooks bowls and Davis pushes out on the onside.
Well, Yorkshire have just been bowled out for 379, but that gives them a first innings lead of 281 over Leicestershire at Grace Road, so they look good. Middlesex are being delayed by bad light, but they have Gloucestershire 62 for 2 and apply to their 377, and Sussex are 208 for 3, already 22 ahead of Glamorgan at Hove.
Where would you rather go, Clive? Headingley or
Love
Lords?
Hove.
Hove's good, yeah. Well, we'd say Hove's be given.
Okay.
Brooks bowls. Davis pushes out on the offside. No run. End of a tidy over. 73 for 1.
I'd like Scarborough.
Yeah,
I'd take that.
Yeah, I'd take Hove and Scarborough. Lords is good, but you've still got, it's London, isn't it?
It is, but it's quite special.
But it's not
Lords,
bad,
and it's,
yeah.
at least it's this side of London as well.
Yeah, Lords is good. Hove's great. We all love going to Hove. And yeah, Scarbados, as they call it in the trade, is always good, but you don't always get that. It could be Headingley. I'm not such a fan of Headingley. A man who was at Headingley and is now at Worcester is now coming on to bowl, Matthew Waite, for a second spell. Had a little spell earlier on, 4 overs, 1 made, no wicket for 10. Pretty tidy, and he is being reintroduced at the Diglis end. We'll have 2 more overs before lunch, I would imagine.
Jack Holmes' maiden first-class spell then, 4 overs for 12 runs.
Not bad.
No, not at all. Made the batter look uncomfortable once or twice. Waite comes in to bowl, that's left by Rhodes. There's no run. His presumed lunch is still at 12:30. We lost about 12 minutes, I think, with the bad light, so that'll be added on to the end of the day. We don't actually lose any overs because we had half an hour on. Obviously, weather may well intervene again, but if it didn't, then the scheduled finish time would now be around about 5:42. Two slips and places. Waite comes in from the Diglis end, and that's defended by Rhodes. So a little bit of a partnership building up between these two. They've now added 47 for the second wicket. Worcestershire's partnerships came later in the innings. 49 added for the 5th wicket. 76 for the 6th. And then 59 for the 9th. Oh, he almost chops on there, Rose, toe end of the bat, and it just bounces into the ground and did not miss off stump by very much. He gets away with that. And wait. Batted well to the Worcestershire innings. Now trying to do something with the ball. It's played to mid-off. There's no run. The other scores while we're in the First Division Lancashire ball have a 228, but they have got 2 early Durham wickets. They have them at 25 for 2. Essex still going well against Nottinghamshire, who will really feel the pressure if Lancashire beat Durham. Essex 3-3-2 for 6, the 93rd over there. 3-3-2 for 9, Hampshire against Kent. And this weight coming in to bowl, and it's pushed to square leg. There's a fielder in the deeper comes in, so it's a single. Having lost a couple of early wickets, Surrey have settled down a bit. They're 86 for 2. Applying to Somerset's 317 on the top of the table clash. And I gave the second division ones involving the promotion contenders. The other ones, Derbyshire 163 for 8, replying to Northampton's 219 at Northampton. And that's about it. Oh, lunch has arrived.
Do you want to know what it is? I know you do. It looks curry-ish.
Yes,
no, it looks like a sort of beef bourguignon or something like that.
Okay.
Not too bad. Can't complain, can't complain.
Hello.
I know you won't, Clive.
When you and I first started, Frank, you didn't get anything.
No, you didn't.
So I think
No, you didn't.
the
You
great
should bring a sandwich.
The great Chris Martin Jenkins was a major player in changing that when he was, because he persuaded his county Sussex to start.
I think the ECB actually subsidised media hospitality around the grounds, I think.
Well, very nice it is. And that one is just going down the leg side, and Davis watches it go past. Yeah, he's actually going to scramble and queue up and get a sandwich or something.
Yeah.
74 for 1. Lots of listeners of the hill, we should still have to, but there we go. 18 overs gone. Rhodes is on 12 and Davies is on 49.
Yeah. It's good at football, isn't it?
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
oval was fantastic this year. Absolutely fantastic. But we're very grateful that we get anything at all. And well, you don't always. Had a blank day this year at Northampton in the white ball competition.
That's right. Yeah,
that was pretty disappointing. But there you go. Don't really need it. I think if I was sat here watching, it's because there's a break. You just think you've got to eat, don't you? Here's Ethan Brooks, last over before lunch round the wicket, and that one keeps a bit low, and Rhodes pushes out on the onside. He could whiz through the over. You might just get another one in, but I doubt it. But yeah, if I were at home at 12:30, I would not be eating.
No,
I don't think.
No, probably the same. Yeah, might be having me breakfast.
Exactly. Yeah. There you go. You get sucked into the intervals of a cricket game. Here's Brooks down the leg side to Rhodes, who misses it, and Roderick takes. Yeah, he's got 2.5 minutes to complete the over. He's jogging back. Hoping to get another one in before the break. They always do this, don't they? And if you're a batter, you probably don't want another over because you definitely don't want to go out before the break. As Brooks comes in and bowls to Rhodes, and he's driving into the offside, fielded at extra cover by Taylor. I think he'll do it. He does get through his overs quickly. Not much of a run-up.
Notice he wears number 77. I'm pretty sure he wore the same number when he was at Warwickshire, if memory serves me correctly.
Comes in now, around the wicket, and tucked away on the onside by Rhodes. Worcestershire did a little social media package, as the clubs do these days, about favourite nicknames. What are the best nicknames in the dressing room? And so and because they've done it, I can say this without worrying about offending anybody. The 2 top ones that came out, Brooks was one of them. He comes in and bowls. Oh, that's an absolute beauty. Nipped off the seam, past the outside edge, taken by Roderick. Good delivery. Pingu, Matthew Waite, because he walks like a penguin. You won't ever be able to see him any differently now. And Ethan Brooks, ugly. I'm not going to say why. I'm not going to say why. And he comes in again now. Round the wicket and bowls, and that's a good delivery. Left alone by Rhodes. He's got through the over quickly. We will get another one in. We've got 1 minute to go, and it will be bowled by Pingu. 74 for 1.
Well, he did one for the team there. Ethan Brooks raced through that over, jogging back to his mark. If only bowlers did that all the time, we'd get 120 overs in a day.
Yeah, we'd get half a day off, Clive. Spinner at the other end.
So 74 for 1. It's looking like a good session for Warwickshire as long as they can survive this final over. They got the last 2 Worcestershire wickets reasonably quickly. Worcestershire did have the satisfaction of picking up a batting point, but not too much damage done from a Warwickshire point of view as Waite comes in to bowl, and that was off an inside edge from Alex Davis. Has gone to back of square leg, and that brings up his half century. It's his 6th 50-plus score of the season. Worryingly, from a Worcestershire point of view, he has converted 4 of the previous 5 into centuries. That's a good innings from Alex Davis, and the one that, as we mentioned earlier, has brought him to 1,000 championship runs for the season. 59 balls, 6 fours and 3 sixes. Waite comes in to bowl to Rhodes, who leaves that, and there is no run. Those 6s take him to 12 for the season. The champion. No, I'm looking at the wrong figure.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm ready when you are with an update. Sorry, Clive, you carry on.
Better look at the right column. I was looking at the wrong column there. Where have my 6s gone? There we go. He's now on to 9 6s. In fact, he's now Warwickshire's top 6 hitter in the championship this season.
Okay.
That was played away for a single by Rhodes.
Yeah, update coming for Hereford and Worcester. I think it'll be probably after the players leave the field, or just as they leave the field. Oh, it might be coming now, Clive.
Be ready.
Yeah, it is. It's coming now. Here we go. Well, we're just in the last over before lunch, Elliot, here, and it's been an entertaining morning. Worcestershire began it on their overnight position of 294 for 8. They lost their last 2 wickets in pretty short order, but they did bring up an extra batting bonus point. The men out today, both to Chris Rushworth, were Jack Home for 29 and Amar Verdi without scoring. Tom Taylor finished 36th not out. Warwickshire started their innings, brief interruption for bad light, back out there now. Worcestershire have taken 1 wicket. Rob Yates, the man out, caught at mid-on off the bowling of Taylor for 12. But since then, the Warwickshire captain Alex Davis has reached 50, and in the doing so has become the first batsman in Division 1 this year to make 1,000 runs. He's with him is another former Warwickshire captain, Will Rhodes. He's on 13, and they're going along pretty nicely as we're on the very stroke of lunch. They're 76 for 1.
One more ball for Waite to bowl in this session. Session which has seen 89 runs and 3 wickets. Waite comes in to bowl, and Davis leaves that. A little bit of bounce, wicketkeeper takes it, and that is lunch. Alex Davis 50 not out, Will Rhodes on 13. Warwickshire 76 for 1 in reply to Worcestershire's 307 all out. We've had 20 overs of the Warwickshire innings.
And since I've just done that update, you've had the story of the day, so we won't bother boring you with it again. We'll say that we'll be back just before 10 minutes past 1 for session 2 of this excellent game, and we hope that you will join us then.
Welcome back to New Road, Worcester, where a short period of bad light with the covers on as a precaution has come to an end, and we're ready to start again here in this Vitality County Championship Division 1 match between Worcestershire and Warwickshire. My name's Kit Harris, alongside me Clive Eakin.
Umbrellas were up briefly. We have a little spot of rain out there, but
Well, I think there will be rain, possibly before
Yes.
2 o'clock. The radar is now suggesting that some of the rain that before was being eaten up by the Cambrian mountains as it headed east is now making it over onto the leeward side of Wales. And that rumbling you hear isn't thunder, but it's one of the lunch trolleys making its way across the concrete floor ahead of us.
you should always get that at New Road, because there's a little sort of corridor in front of us. You get trolleys trundling up and down. So Ethan Brooks round the wicket, bowls, and has he got a wicket? Yes, he has! And Worcestershire strike with the first ball after lunch, and Ethan Brooks dismisses his former Warwickshire captain Will Rose, who just gets an edge. The catch taken, and it's 76 for 2. Rhodes goes for 13.
What a wicket to get. He's not long for this parish either, Will Rhodes, but he's had a send-off from Brooks. Brooks had a stab at batting at number 4 yesterday, which really didn't come off at all. But with the very first ball after the resumption, he's got not just an everyday wicket, but a really sweet moment. And he was jubilant, the whole team was. A key breakthrough for Worcestershire, just as Warwickshire were at 76 for 1, starting to look relatively comfortable. Now here comes a man who is appreciated around the country, not just by Warwickshire fans, but I think he's got a great many supporters as an unrecognised talent on the whole at international level. Hasn't had the chances he might have. He's been injured for part of the summer. He's had a quiet season with the bat so far, Sam Hain. 243 runs in a limited number of championship appearances. He's scored 100. He's averaging 34.
Yeah, had a good season in the T20 Blast, over 500 runs. But feels like a key moment now, which if they can split these two up reasonably quickly, this game will have fluctuated again. So Ethan Brooks, same, might want to prove to his former captain that he should have been selected more when he was at Warwickshire. Well, he's done what he can. All ball to Sam Hain, right arm over, and pitched up, and Haynes gets bat on it nicely enough, but doesn't beat the inner circle, so there's no run. I reckon we lost about 7 minutes. We've probably lost about, well, just under 20 minutes in total so far to bad light, so we're not yet losing overs. I imagine we will as the day goes on, but all we're doing at the moment is extending the day.
It's murky. There's a feel as though we are
yes.
waiting for some drizzle from the west.
Next one from Brooks, very solidly defended by Sam Hain. Exactly 50 put on for that second wicket. Between Rose and Davies, who's still there on 50. Brooks tosses the ball from one hand to the other. Drew slips and places he bowls to Hain. He'll know how much this is a prize wicket if he can get it. Hain plays it to mid-on for no run. Sam Hain missed the early part of the season for needing a rest sort of mental health reasons. He had a tough time out in Australia during the Big Bash. Just needed a little bit of a break to recharge. But then had a little bit of ill luck with injuries since returning. That one he turns round to square leg. He is going to get a single. The pad defeat at Chelmsford, the match that Warwickshire should have won, well, partly due to Sam Hain fielding in close and being clocked on the helmet. And although he felt he was fine, concussion protocols forced him out for the rest of that match and indeed the next match, which frustrated him greatly. And, always a little bit of a hamstring strain lurking as well for him. Ethan Brooks wearing the same number as the score, 77, as that one's played to mid-wicket by Davies for no run. So great first over of the session from Ethan Brooks. And while Warwickshire supporters will not want to see their batters out, they will be pleased, I'm sure, for Ethan. 1 for 2 off 3 overs he is at the moment.
Now, who are we going to have from the other end? Is it Matthew Waite?
Well, it's just before the interval. He only bowled a couple of overs, so yeah. No,
it's not. It's going to be Logan Van Beek.
Ah, well, a change of ends for him. He'll have a better fortune than he had bowling from this end when Davis hit him for 3 sixes. I noticed the corporate guests are now inside the marquee, quaffing their lunch and their drinks, but some of them were sent scattering all over the place with one of Davis's sixes.
Van Beek, 2 overs for 27. Davis took him apart in that first spell, but he's at the non-strikers end for the time being in his short sleeve sweater. It is cold out there. I took a stroll around the ground during the lunch interval. Everyone's wrapped up.
Has it dropped from cool to cold then,
well, yeah, borderline. Hain on strike, and squares himself up and gets his whole body behind that back of a length ball to start with. I should think a good result for Van Beek in this over will be to try and sneak a quiet one in against Hain. He'll be pleased not to have to bowl to Davies first start. He kept going short early on. He kept banging it in and the ball just sat up. Rolls again, and that's short, right at the body, up at Hain's chest. He fends it off to point. So, well, maybe Van Beek is going to continue with the aggressive approach.
Well, it was strange because, admittedly, bowling from the end that Van Beek's bowling now, we saw Michael Ray do it at the end of yesterday. That was a bit head-scratching at the time. He kept banging it in short and kept seeing the ball dispatched to the boundary.
This next ball is back of a length, but easier for Hain to get behind, and he defends again. That's what Jack Home was doing much of the time as well, banging it in. So the fielder's set for that. Well, they've got third man and long leg. We've often had that deep third position today, and then Amar Verdi kicking his heels, deep square leg all that way out underneath the willows by the cathedral. And here is Van Beek again. Clipped away. Verdi's got a chase here off his legs. They're going to come back for 2. The ball's got out towards deep mid-wicket, towards the hamburger stand. And 2 runs are added to Hain's score. Moves to 3. Warwickshire 79 for 2.
Nice Sam Hain shot that, just guided it to the onside. No question of him trying to sprint for 3. He's got to be a little bit careful running between the wickets because he does tend to tweak things if he runs too hard and turns too hard.
Van Beek runs into him again. This is drivable, but Hain wasn't able to get onto the front foot quickly enough, only finds mid-off. He was actually had his weight on the back foot there as though he's expecting the short one, and the fuller one came as a bit of a surprise. Clouds scudding over from the west. High level winds though, it doesn't seem particularly windy at the ground. The trees are almost still. Horse chestnut is by the sponsors stand. Another back of a length ball, and Hain gets in behind it again to conclude the over, and Van Beek will be heartened by that. Just the one scoring shot from the over that went for a couple. He hasn't had to battle with Davies just yet. 79 for 2 at the end of it.
These are the 2 of the 3 members of the Warwickshire team who potentially have a bit of a hangover from Friday's T20 quarter-final defeat against Gloucestershire. Felt the moment Sam Hain got out was the moment I thought the Bears are going to lose this. I just thought while he and Bethel were together, they could manage the innings and take the Bears to what was a relatively modest target, but Hain went for a shot and didn't clear the fielder. Brooks into Davis, who pushes that to point. There's no run. And the moment that Hain was caught, I think I said on commentary, that was the moment that Gloucestershire became favourites. They remained so till they completed their victory, so they'll be looking forward to finals day on Saturday. Are you there at finals day?
I'm not going to go to finals day, no. It's a romantic little semi-final, though, that middle game of the day, isn't it?
Yes.
Sussex, Gloucestershire.
Well, Gloucestershire, as Brooks comes into bowl, and that's played into the ground, well fielded at that point. They're one of only 5 counties who have never won it. It has actually been shared out remarkably well, the T20 Blast.
No one's ever defended
2003.
Somerset could defend the title, but no one ever has successfully before.
No one's won it more than... Only 2 teams have won it 3 times. I think 3 teams have won it twice. The Bears are one of 8 teams have won it once. There's only 5 that have never won it. It could be 4 after next weekend. That one is pushed out to the offside by Davis for no run. I'd love to see Gloucestershire win it. I do think whoever wins that semi-final are going to need things to go their way in the final, because Surrey and Somerset do both look very strong. That is a surprising side. I didn't realise it until I looked it up, that Surrey won the very first T20 Blast and have never won it since. Brooks into bowl, and that's nicely played by Davis. Just clips it off his toes, through long on for 4, just wide of the fielder inside the circle. Little over pitch from Brooks, and Alex Davis continues to look good. He's on to 54.
We've got a good look at the ball there. It's in pretty decent nick. The outfield's very supportive of the Kookaburra. It's lush. There's still the gold-coloured foil on the ball, which isn't too bad for a Kookaburra after 23 overs.
83 for 2. Davis this time runs that down to third. There's 2 fielders chasing it, but the ball, is it going to get there? No, it's just hauled in. And they do run 2 in the end. Good fielding. Not too sure who it was, I'll be perfectly honest, but there were 2 fielders who chased it, and then they worked in tandem to get the ball back. Unfortunately, Worcestershire also don't have their numbers on their backs, or they do, but they're covered by sweaters. Brooks the bowl, and Davis defends that. There's no run.
Numbers on sweaters is quite a leap, isn't it? There was a period a few years ago when a sort of sweatshirt style cricket jumper was in vogue, and they all had numbers on the back.
But that's what Warwickshire, I'm sure, unless I'm going mad, I'm sure Warwickshire have been wearing those all season. I don't think they've been wearing the cable knit sweaters until, I didn't see the last game against Kent, but they used to wear those sweatshirts with the numbers on the back.
Worcestershire are all cable knit, not creams though. It's a nod to the heritage.
White, isn't it? Yeah.
As white as a new refrigerator, every single one of them. Van Beek still bowling to Hain for the time being. Gone right through him, that one has. Played just inside the line. Great line, great length, and the umpire is wanting to get involved here. Umpires are always so busy, aren't they? They've always got something to do. On this occasion, umpire Kettleborough doesn't like where one of the stumps is at the other end. He's removed it at his end and putting it back in. Got to be either very, very focused or a bit of a fusspot to be an umpire, depending on interpretation. And Beek's next ball short again, and that's cramped Hain. One hand off the bat. His bounce has been awkward. It's been nippy. discomforting Hayne in the last 2 overs. I'm not sure what Davies will do with that. I fancy he'll get after it if it's short. He did before lunch, that's for sure. Hayne back into his stance, looks a bit uncomfortable, gets a very steep bouncer, clips it away down to long leg. That was shoulder high, actually played it very well for just a single. Hayne to 4, Warwickshire 86 for 2 in the 24th over. And now we will have a little bit of Davies against Van Beek, the most entertaining battle in the morning session. 2 slips, a ring of fields in the offside, 2 men back on the leg side. Van Beek bowls, Davies whips it away immediately, but straight to the long leg fielder, just a single. Van Beek is going to continue to aim high on the body to Davies. The runs are coming. 87 for 2.
A bit noisy in the box.
Sam Hayne ready to face. Van Beek bowls, and he's coming forward. He's opened him up a bit there. Hayne, the ball taking the leading edge of the bat out into the covers. It's a noisy press box. Worcestershire, you've got some press boxes that are as quiet as churches mid-service. Some of those big press boxes very quiet at Edgbaston. The smaller press boxes are a bit livelier. And Van Beek has fallen over uncomfortably in his follow-through. It was a good ball, flew past Hayne's leave. Van Beek is getting up though. It was a slip and slide as he landed with his front foot on the popping crease, but he's grabbed his sweater and cap from umpire Kettleborough and he seems all right. End of the over then. Another relatively quiet one for Van Beek, 4 overs for 31. He's steadily repairing his figures.
Yes, and I can also identify him now as one of the fielders that was involved in that good chase at denied Davis boundary in the previous over. Ethan Brooks goes from fielding at second slip at one end to bowling at the other. Be bowling to Alex Davis, who plays it on round his pads. There's a fielder there, quite wide long leg, and it's a single to Davis, who's now on to 58. And it's 88 for 2. This game still very nicely poised. A couple of quick wickets for Worcestershire and they'll be on top. Decent partnership for Warwickshire and they'll feel pretty good about things.
In that top of the table battle, Surrey just getting their noses in front in the balance of the game. Somerset 317 all out yesterday. Surrey now 113 for 2.
Brooks in, solidly played by Hayne to mid-off. Yes, I was going to say if we had the wind viz, but actually I'm glad we don't, because what a load of nonsense that is. I was watching the test match on the penultimate day, and it was just rubbish. It was just completely wrong. Brooks comes into bowl, and that's played to mid-wicket with no run. He had England at a 78% chance to win when I think they were 4 or 5 wickets down. Just nonsense.
The closer you get to the sharp end of the game, those prediction models become far more extreme, don't they? You can get to the end of a T20 game, and it's not unusual to see those models going from 90% to one team to 90% to another team at the fall of 2 wickets.
That one is turned round to square leg for a single.
It's a no ball.
No ball, yep. Yeah. Ethan Brooks just overstepping. Warwickshire bowled 4 no balls, but I think two of those were for height rather than overstepping. I think it's the second no ball bowled by Worcestershire. Just check. So Warwickshire got 3 runs for that. And oh, he's bowled him! And Alex Davis trying to drive, misses, and Ethan Brooks celebrates his second big wicket after lunch. And that's a big one because Alex Davis was looking good. And as I mentioned earlier, he's converted all but one of his 50s to centuries this season up to now, but not this time. He's gone for 58.
Well, as far as Davies is concerned, that's against the run of play. He's looked pretty comfortable. Sam Hain was struggling against Van Beek at the other end, but Brooks has brought Worcestershire well into the game, just at a time when it looked like things were drifting a bit and the momentum was sliding towards Warwickshire. Davis goes 58 of 72 balls. That was the 73rd, I think, that he was dismissed by. And applause as much for him as for the youngster Brooks, who now has 2 for 12.
Big
Big moment for Hamza Sheikh, the young batter. England under-19, captained the England under-19's red ball team to an impressive victory against Sri Lanka's under-19s.
He's got his second championship game of the season. He scored 29 runs in the first against Somerset a couple of weeks ago, and the selection of Jacob Bethel by England for their white ball matches against Australia starting tomorrow has opened up this vacancy at number 5. Hamza Sheikh also played for England Lions, so he's actually got 2 first-class games under his belt. He fielded tigerishly all day yesterday. Now it's his turn with the bat.
He played pretty well in the One-Day Cup. He didn't make big scores, but he made important contributions and looked good. Just for the record, by the way, that no ball that Ethan Brooks bowled, the delivery before the wicket, and thank goodness from his point of view it was the delivery before and not the actual one, was actually the first no ball bowled by Worcestershire in their innings. That would have been a bit of a sickener if he'd overstepped, having sent Alex Davis's stumps all over the place. So he bowls to Hamza Sheikh. Fielder goes in closership mid-wicket for Sheikh, who defends the first one properly down the pitch. But you can see Ethan Brooks has really got his tail up now. He fancies this. 2 for 12. 2 big wickets as well. Trying to prove to Warwickshire he's one that got away.
He didn't do that when he was batting. 4 looked several positions too high for him in the order, at least at this stage of his career, but with the ball he's more dangerous than any other bowler today.
That one is well played by Sheikh. Defends that to the offside, but another successful over Ethan Brooks. He's enjoying himself. 91 for 3, Warwickshire replying to Worcestershire's 307.
As he grabs his cap and sweater from umpire Debenham, a couple of his teammates come and give him a pat on the back. He doesn't get a chance to rest. He's not out of the action. Straight back into second slip again. Now Van Beek doesn't have to worry about Davies getting after him anymore. Davies is gone. He resumes his pummeling of Hain. He's made to look uncomfortable so far in this innings.
Frank's just pointed out to me on saves to this ball.
Van Beek bowls to Hain. Chest high again, but too straight, and Hain is able to clip it away onto the leg side for a single to bring Sheikh on strike.
As you rightly say, Hamza Sheikh is playing his second championship match, but actually his first class debut was here against Sri Lanka for the Lions, in the game that he captained and led them to victory, and he scored 91 in that match. That was 15th of August, so less than a month ago.
Sheikh settles into his guard. This is his first ball facing Van Beek. and lets it go through. Van Beek nearly fell over that time coming through his follow through. He's really exploding through the crease, but I think possibly it's a little loose around the popping crease. He's flinging himself down, looking to bowl fast and aggressively. The mid-wicket fielder who's out on the line for Hayne has been brought in to a saving one position for Sheikh, who lets another one go outside the off stump. So Van Beek is yet to test Sheikh with the short ball. He's got an arm guard on. Not every batter carries an arm guard. Sheikh, short-sleeved in a sweater, just as Alex Davies was, the batsman he's replaced out in the middle. He's ready to face again. He defends very, very solidly. Three fielders in the ring on the offside, waiting for the Sheikh cover drive, which is one of his favoured shots. He's looking busy out there, coming down the pitch, prodding at the surface, adjusting his box, fiddling with his pad straps. And he's ready to face again. Just guiding one off the face down to third man. Assertively done. Pushed the bat in line. A single to him. And he's underway. 93 for 3 Warwickshire. Going to take them the best part of the day, even without interruptions, to draw level with Worcestershire's 307. Worcestershire have got their first bowling point for the third wicket. Last ball of the over from Van Beek. Again coming into Haynes' midriff. Again played uncomfortably, but he survives. Van Beek has turned 2 overs for 27 into 5 overs for 33. A healing process, though he's yet to take a wicket. Worcestershire now have 3 points, 2 batting and 1 bowling, so they've drawn level on points with Warwickshire, who collected all 3 of their bowling points for 3, 6 and 9 wickets.
Well, she need a little bit of rebuilding here. Ethan Brooks looks as if he can't wait to get it to bowl. In he comes to bowl the Hamza Sheikh. Again, very correct, solid defence. 6 over Brooks' spell, but it was interrupted by lunch and a delayed start, so he's got a few overs still left in him in this spell. Just as I wouldn't say the game was drifting away from Worcestershire, but the pendulum certainly was pointing Warwickshire's way until Ethan Brooks came in with those 2 wickets. That's again soundly defended by Hamza Sheikh. He even repeats the shot by way of rehearsal. Front foot fairway forward meets the ball and the bat, just playing it straight into the ground.
Just down in front of us, Ashley Giles has settled in.
That one lifts a bit. We've seen a few do that, and it's played down from quite high on the bat by Hamza Sheikh. Yes, but Ashley Giles this morning, he was pretty pleased with the way his team fought yesterday. He wasn't here for much of it because he was attending a funeral, but he'll be pretty happy.
Yes, he looks content enough, immersed in a yoghurt.
The odds have not exactly been in Worcestershire's favour, what with the problems with the ground, of course, and never the most richly resourced county, so I'm pretty pleased with the way they've competed. I wouldn't say they're certain of their first division status, but they seem to be well on the way to making it. As Sheikh plays that one down to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
So I hope you realised I said he's immersed in a yoghurt there, not immersed in yoghurt. That would be a new thing, wouldn't it?
Something that a politician might endure at some point. In comes Brooks, that's left. Front foot forward by Sheikh, who's Started very carefully. Wicketkeeper standing up to Ethan Brooks.
Wind's picking up a bit. Sam Haynes' short sleeve shirt is starting to crack and ruffle a little bit in a stiffening breeze. The trees over towards the river also moving more than they were. That can be a sign that rain is coming in.
Last ball of the over from Brooks, and again it's well defended by Sheikh. He's played very carefully and watchfully, but successfully in that over. Hamza Sheikh to keep Ethan Brooks out. It is a maiden, his second. 6 overs, 2 for 12, 93 for 3 Warwickshire. Now still 214 behind Worcestershire's first innings total. So I guess they're 65 away from avoiding the follow-on.
Which oughtn't to be a consideration.
No.
But, cricket has its mysterious ways. And now we come back to Van Beek versus Hayne. A joust without an outcome so far, but it's been uncomfortable for Hayne. Opens up his stance and defends down the pitch past Van Beek, but not past Verdi, who's on the straight hit in the field.
They're doing a run there if they'd gone for it straight away, but they didn't.
There's an element of picking the fielder, isn't there, Clive? If you're going to take on an arm, you might, not wishing to be cruel, but you might take on Verdi's. Here's Van Beek. They are taking him on this time. Hayne drops the ball short of Verdi, and they take off immediately. They might have been thinking what you were thinking about the same time, that there probably is the one there, and they've scampered it. Hayne to 7. Warwickshire 94 for 3. Sheikh's been the very model of patience so far. 1 run off his 12 balls, just carefully playing himself in. That's a very short ball, right at the chest, and Sheikh on the back foot defends it, drops the ball to the ground perfectly.
Yeah, good ball, well played. Van Beek will feel he's coming back into the game after his torrid first 2 overs.
Certainly is. Ball's now to Sheikh. Oh, that's a flyer. Left on line and length. Great leave, but there was some climb on the ball. And Roderick had to take it shoulder high.
Yeah, I've seen a few climb. Again, another batter getting to 50 but not going on. It underlines what was being said, I think, by Worcestershire at the first innings. You're never quite in on here.
Van Beek is in. Sheikh goes for the drive, and he's found the gap perfectly between cover and mid-off. 4 runs out towards those who are sensibly watching from the warmth of their cars. That is the Sheikh cover drive that I mentioned a couple of overs ago. But as soon as he hit it, Brett D'Oliveira at cover turned to Van Beek and gave him a clap. That's okay. We want him playing that shot. The ball was on the up. It wasn't a half volley. 2 slips waiting for it. Van Beek in again. And he's straighter this time. And finds a defensive from Sheikh. End of the over. Warwickshire 98 for 3.
Lovely cover drive, that one from Hamza Sheikh. 98 for 3 then. Warwickshire trying to rebuild after 2 wickets fell in fairly quick succession. Space of 4 overs to Ethan Brooks overs for 15 runs. Just 7 added since then, and Brooks will bowl his 7th over. Ball it to Hayne. For a former Warwickshire player, if he ends up getting Rhodes, Davies and Hayne, he'll be absolutely thrilled with that. Hayne leans back, plays it into the covers for no run. front foot is landing. Brooks. Looking keen again, turns. A couple of slips wicketkeeper standing up, driven by Hayne and very well fielded off his own bowling by Ethan Brooks, who running forward managed to keep his balance and take the ball well down by his ankles. So protecting his bowling, which has been pretty economic so far. 12 runs from 38 balls he bowls, and that's another dot ball. Defended by Hayne. Again, made to play by Brooks, bowling nice and accurately. And looking to get back on top here. They will face that awkward third innings, which can so often be decisive in a match. Brooks in to Hayne, who cuts that and misses it outside off stump. Taken by the wicketkeeper, an uncharacteristic Hayne shot. And more encouragement, should he need it, for Brooks.
Yes, he's been there 26 balls, Hayne, and he hasn't looked especially in. He has found it difficult to time the ball so far. The bowling's been very good, very accurate.
He's on 7, that one he defends to the offside.
Some of the batters in the game have prospered by an aggressive approach from the start. Matthew Waite amongst them, Alex Davies. Not too much has come to those who accumulate. D'Oliveira scored in slow and quick phases.
He's in again, Brooks. That's hit off his toes by Hayne, and that is a good shot. That just frees them from the shackles a little bit. I was actually trying to work out, well, including the wicket-taking ball, Brooks had gone on a run there of 12 deliveries, 13 deliveries without conceding, but that's ended now with a nice shot of his toes by Hayne. Brings up the 100 for Warwickshire. I shall make way for Frank Watson to join Kid Harris with the score 102 for 3.
I'll see you in half an hour, 25 minutes or so, Clive Eakin. Vitality County Championship Division 1 game here at New Road, Worcester, between Worcestershire and Warwickshire. Van Beek in to shake. Another flyer outside the off stump. He's got some pace going now, Van Beek. Seems to get a little quicker with every over. Shake lets it go. Every board of this game brought live to you on BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC WM, BBC CWR, and on the BBC website and app. Frank Watson, our host broadcaster, back with us in the commentary box. It's Van Beek again to shake. Clips it away off his legs, and there'll be a single out to long leg. Every now and then with the Van Beek approach of bowling short, it's a little too straight, there's just the single on offer. But by and large, he's been clawing his figures back after he got spanked for 22 off his first 2 before lunch. Now into his 7th, and he's conceded 39. He hasn't got a wicket yet, though. I think he'll feel that at any moment he could clean up Sam Hayne, who's on strike now. He bowls to him. A fuller ball, unusually for Van Beek, and Hayne comes forward somewhat tentatively with low hands in defence. You can see rain now over towards the southwest in the distance. The sky's leaden over there. And behind the ladies' pavilion, if I look through a combination of windows, due west as well. And bowled him! No surprise, he did have Sam Hayne in such difficulties. That was the fuller ball. Hayne was so used to having to stay on the back foot with all the short stuff he was getting. That came as a surprise, and Van Beek rewarded for a good, fast, hostile spell of bowling. Hayne, the fourth to go, 103 on the board, departs for 11. Not panic stations yet for Warwickshire. There's still good batters to come, in-form batters. Barnard, we assume, will be next. But Frank Watson, things are starting to go Worcestershire's way.
Yeah, they've done very well since lunch, haven't they? And no batsman has looked entirely comfortable. Hamza Sheikh, if anybody, has looked the most comfortable. And he's being joined now by Ed Barnard, who was comfortably Worcestershire's best batsman at number 4 in his last season here at New Road in 2022. Made a lot of runs and has been pretty impressive since his move to Edgbaston as well, but a highly skillful batsman to be coming in at number 6. Coming out, however, at quite a difficult time against his old teammates, with Warwickshire having subsided to 103 for 4, having been in a nice position at lunch of 76 for 1. As you said, in combination with Clive, it's been tidy bowling, in particular from Warwickshire old boy Ethan Brooks, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 16. And a much improved Logan Van Beek spell after he was profligate this morning, bowling consistently short at Alex Davis and being plundered as a result, but much better since the break. He's come on at the Diglis end and got that wicket.
So 2 slips for Barnard, no change in the field as he faces his first ball, and he's going to get a run straight away. Flicked off his hip down to long leg. He's off the mark with a single. 104 for 4. Looking at the rain radar. Well, it's rain is building over the Cambrians all the time, and there's a great front swathe of rain, almost west-east across Wales. A lot of wet stuff. This ball is left alone outside the off stump and concludes a good over from Van Beek, in which he's got the breakthrough he deserved.
And when do you estimate that rain will reach here, Kit?
It's crossing the Welsh border at the
Not
moment.
far away then.
Within
Not far
half
away.
an hour or so.
Half an hour or so, yeah, you'd expect so. It looks grey, and it looks quite severe, and it actually, the forecast changed various times. We all look at these forecasts as games approach, and at one stage I was convinced that by about 2 o'clock, which it is now, we would be having heavy rain, and then it looked this morning as though that wasn't going to happen, but now beginning to think that within another hour or so we could be struggling here, certainly. Ethan Brooks to take up the attack again, bowling to the new batsman Ed Barnard. He's in and he bowls, and that one is outside off stump, left alone by Barnard, and through it goes to the wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick, who has picked up 1 catch since lunch off the bowling of Ethan Brooks. The first ball after the interval, Will Rhodes undone by a good one from Brooks, took the inside edge and nicely caught by Gareth Roderick, moving away to his right. Since then Davis has gone for 58 as well. Hayne now for 11. 104 for 4 as Brooks is in and bowls to Barnard, who has plenty of time to play that one back up the pitch. Ed Barnard came through the ranks here at Worcestershire against Ethan Brooks, who came through the ranks at Warwickshire. So a contest that could have been entirely the other way around a couple of years ago. There's now Brooks bowling to Barnard, and Barnard lets that go outside the off stump, and that came back quite a long way, and Brooks can't believe that that didn't actually bowl Barnard. It nipped back a long way. It wasn't of any pace, a little off cutter, cut back, and Barnard left it on line, just missed the off stump. but he mixes it up. Brooks, he's got the odd one to bounce quite steeply. That one didn't bounce very much at all. Nipped back off the seam. Varies his pace a lot, varies the angle on the crease, uses all sorts of variations. He has no great pace at all. He's in and bowls, and Barnard very neatly working this one off his pads into the mid-wicket gap. Jack home comes round and does the fielding. But good stuff from Brooks. 2 for 17. He's in his 8th over, and once again, as he did at Chelmsford, he's doing a really good job as a backup seamer for Worcestershire, and he's been a tremendous addition this year at New Road. He moves in again now and bowls, and Hamza Sheikh, with whom he will have played a fair bit of cricket, I would imagine, at Worcestershire. Warwickshire, I beg your pardon, just pushes defensively on the onside.
If and when the rain does come, I reckon we'll get about, it could be as many as 2 hours of it.
Yeah, it would take. We'd only need about an hour, I would imagine, before the umpires would decide it was enough. The ground's still pretty damp from the heavy rain that we had at the weekend. Brooks again bowls, and Sheikh is immaculately forward to that one, pushing it out on the offside. And there's no run. The end of another tidy over from Ethan Brooks. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 17, 105 for 4. The men out: Yates before lunch for 12, and since lunch Rhodes 13, Davis 58, and Hayne for 11.
Van Beek's spell from the Diglis end is 5 overs old, but of course he wants to carry on. He's only just got his first wicket. 5 overs have cost 13 runs. Such an improvement on his first 2, which went for 27. He's going to bowl to the newer of the 2 batters, but they're both pretty new. Ed Barnard. His tail is up, that's for sure. He bowls now. Another short ball, and Barnard just lets the ball hit the bat there. He's got a bit of a jarring feel in the handle. Just for a moment he thought maybe he'd go for the pull. Mid-wicket fielder who comes in and goes out, according to the whims of D'Oliveira, is at the moment up in the single. Take a brave man at this stage to try and hit Van Beek over the leg side. Van Beek bowls, and again Barnard just waiting for the ball. Lets it run off the face to backward point, who shouts "Mine, mine," which is a neat gambit actually, because Barnard was just thinking about whether they might take the single down to deep third, and that kind of noise from backward point is quite handy in putting the batters off. Hamza Sheikh just coming down the pitch to talk to Barnard. Perhaps he's saying, if it's there, let's take it. Van Beek bowls. Barnard, has he clubbed down the leg side? The keeper thinks so, the bowler thinks so, but umpire Kettleborough does not.
Umpire Middlebrook.
Sorry, where have I come up with Kettleborough? Kettleborough and Middlebrook.
Similar syllabic.
There's the same timbre to them.
Yeah.
Umpire Middlebrook thought no.
Umpire Kettleborough, one of the very, very best in the world, isn't he? He's been right up there with Richard Illingworth amongst the very finest of English umpires in world cricket.
It's all about having 3 syllables, isn't it?
Absolutely, and coming from Yorkshire.
Van Beek bowls again. This is a leave alone from Barnard on height. Now, umpire Middlebrook is coming. There's a few umpires who still adopt the old tradition. When the bowler is getting quite close to the no ball, they just stroll onto the popping crease as the bowler walks back past them, and they put their front foot exactly where the bowler's foot line hits the floor. And Beek to Barnard, high on the bat again. He took one hand off. Ball goes out into the offside, there's no run. The umpire doesn't say anything to the bowler, just puts the foot where the bowler's foot landed and says, as if to say,
Getting
that
close.
is about where you are, getting close. No reason why they should do that. It's one of the little traditional quirks of cricket. And Beak bowls short again. Barnard rides the bounce, finds mid-wicket. And that's the end of another decent over. Van Beek, he can't go on forever. If he's bowling at pace, he will need a rest at some point. He kicks the ground with a bit of frustration that he didn't get through there. Possibly that's because the message has come through that that's the end of his spell. He might have finished a good spell with just a couple of wickets. Middlebrook is now looking at the light again. He's walking to square leg. Is he going back for the bails? No, he's put the bail back on. When he removed the light meter, he forgot to replace the bail. The light is all right at the moment, though it is deteriorating, I fancy, a bit.
Yeah, no worries while Ethan Brooks is bowling, but Van Beek and Taylor and Hone all of sufficient pace to make the umpires question the safety of the batsman in bad light. Brooks bowls outside the off stump. Hamza Sheikh leans onto the front foot and then lifts the bat well clear of that delivery and allows it through to Gareth Roderick. It is grey. Jack Home is loosening up, suggesting that if anybody is to replace Van Beek at the Diglis end, it will be him. On debut, started quite nicely in his first spell this morning. 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 12. Bowled with some fire. There's Brooks again in and bowls, and again that one moves sharply back. Good leave by Hamza Sheikh, but only just a good leave, because that came back very, very sharply off the seam, just past the outside of the off stump, and Gareth Roderick, by the time it reached him, it was behind about middle and leg. So asking questions here, Ethan Brooks. No great pace whatsoever, but accurate and threatening. In again, bowls, and this time just a little bit too straight, and concedes 4 runs to an expertly played leg glance by Hamza Sheikh. Just getting inside it to the right amount to allow him to get a bat on it, not a little edge, but just a proper sliding leg glance. The ball going off the face at pace down to long leg, fine leg for 4. So a rare error of line from Brooks, and Sheikh moves into double figures. Brooks again is in and bowls. Better line, better length, no ball, but a really good one past the outside edge, and you've got to ask yourself as the bowler whether you are worried about conceding the couple of runs from the no ball, or whether you trade that for the moral victory of genuinely beating the batsman. The Sheikh was pushing at that one, could easily have nicked it. As Clive was saying earlier, what you don't want to do is get the nick when you're overstepping, and there's no real excuse for Brooks at this pace to be overstepping. And now he's worked away on the leg side again by Sheikh, and they go through for a single 112 for 4. Sheikh goes to 11, and Barnard is on strike. He has 2, and as I say, Brooks no more than medium pace, probably shouldn't be bowling no balls, maybe just reaching a little bit as he's going up the hill for that front line. He's in now and he bowls, but it's quite a short delivery stride, so he shouldn't really have any problems with overstepping. This one worked down on the onside by Barnard and fielded by the captain D'Oliveira at mid-wicket. The light is deteriorating. Crowd sparse today. Fairly well populated pavilion, and this new road end is always a little bit more populated when the weather isn't particularly clement than the D'Oliveira stand at the far end, which is exposed, lovely in sunshine, not so lovely today. Brooks in, bowls. Barnard on the back foot to one that's a little bit shorter of a length pushes out on the offside. End of the over from Brooks. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 24 his figures. Van Beek is coming out of the attack. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 40. Doesn't sound great, but after you conceded 20 odd of your first 2, it represents a pretty good recovery. And Jack Home will come into the attack at the Diglis end.
Umpire Middlebrook has got his light meter out onto the wicket at the Diglis end. He took a very quick reading and he's come straight down the pitch to talk to umpire Debenham.
He's going to take a reading at this end. I don't think they're going to stay out very long.
Just about as dark as it was when they first came up. Onto the wicket goes the light meter. Frank Watson has got his binoculars out to see the depth of frown on the umpires' faces.
Can't quite get the reading on the meter. I think they're going to go off. There it is. Yep. Not surprising. Given the light, it's just in the middle, isn't it? You'd stay out there if there were spinners. You'd stay if it was a league game. You wouldn't even think about going off. But Jack Home about to bowl. He has been speed gunned at 90, believe it or not, this season. Jack Home,
I do
on
believe
one
it.
occasion, and the umpires will know that. So they are going off. 112 for 4. Warwickshire 3 wickets down since lunch. Rhodes out for 13. Davis for 58. And Hayne for 11. Barnard is 2. Sheikh is 11. And the players are leaving the field with bad light having stopped play. We'll keep you updated and we'll be back as soon as there is any further play in this game.